Hello? Hello, hello, hello. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Okay, good. You can hear me now. All right, so I have to get a dab ready for. I don't know what you're saying. Okay. I have to get a dab ready for Mr. Freeman because Mr. Freeman was the first one to make a donation, and his dabs for donations Friday. Thanks so much, Mr. Freeman. So we will get the bong heated up if anybody wants to join us. We have so much going on. Look at Detroit. Bringing it home, baby. Detroit is rocking in the free world. You go, Detroit. And Louisville is rocking it out. And Seattle is rocking it out. I love America. God bless America and all its beauty. Behold, the true free men in the streets, demanding their representative government hear their voices. So-called representative government. Oh, and by the way, there is a super chat which is now turned on. Thanks to Craig, thanks to the hard work of Craig, thanks to Craig being able to backflip through 57 fucking different hoops, we now have Super Chat on the MOX News Live. So, anybody can hit the little button right before the chat, right below the chat there with the $, and it will give you the option to donate to MOX News. And I'm going to set up a lovely dab here for our buddy Freeman because he, Mr. Freeman, went ahead and made a donation before we even went live. What a great guy. He's like, this guy is awesome. So, we started off with a $5 donation. How fucking cool is that? That is so fucking cool. Thanks so much, Mr. Freeman. Glad you're here. I'm always glad you're here, Mr. Freeman, regardless if you donate or not. So you know. It's always good to see a free man in the house. Free man in the house! Yeah! Hurrah! Alright, so we have a lovely dab from Mr. Freeman. Come on. Alright, so what do we got going on here? Detroit. Detroit is rocking it. In the free world, baby. Come on. Alright, there's one on there. Just take my word for it. Mr. Freeman. And this one goes out for Mr. Freeman. Thank you very much, Mr. Freeman, for your lovely $5 donation. Oh, so nice. All right, so if anybody else would like to make a donation, it's easy to do at moxnews.com. There's clickable links in the description box of the video. Or you can, there's actually right below the little chat window. Load up another hit. I only have 7 more bong hits. I only have 7 more dabs ready to go, you guys. We got to get another one going here for Playground of Sound. Because Playground of Sound just rocked at his house with a $2.99 donation. How sweet it is. This fucking super chat thing. We should have done this a long time ago, Craig. Okay, so I will get that ready in just a minute, Mr. Playground Man. Playground of Sound. Whoop, we're at our Playground of protesters go. Playground of protesters. That's the convention center downtown Seattle with the big arch there. It's actually quite lovely. They just put the arch over the street there about 10 years ago or 15 years ago or something. It used to just be all uncovered, but it's very pretty what they did. Let's see, and in Los Angeles, look, Los Angeles is in the house also. Right on. You go, Los Angeles. And so again, the people are in the streets, the beautiful people, the brave, as I like to call them, in the streets, demanding that their representative governments hear their voices. We got to get a bong hit going for Playground of Sound. Hear their voices. And I have a video here from Donald Trump, who was speaking earlier, and he was talking about Portland, right? And all I can think when he's talking about Portland is that he said he'd have this settled in a matter of hours. He's calling the people in Portland anarchists, terrorists, murderers. He said he'd have this in a matter of hours. He'd have this taken care of. It's not taken care of. Every time he does anything, it just gets worse. Okay, so let's pay attention to the facts here. The people are in the streets. The people of Portland own the streets, and everywhere else. The people have all the power. The people have all the power, and for whatever reason, you know, there's this bootlicker community who just wants to oh, look at the fucking terrorist. Why are people shooting these people? Oh my God, put these people in jail. They don't belong in America. Oh, here, I need to eat my noodles. Fucking morons, man. Okay, go eat your fucking top ramen somewhere off camera so we don't gotta watch you fucking drool all down your chin. Fucking moron. Alright, so let's see. You go Detroit. Look at the beautiful people in Detroit. So happy. Dancing, dancing, dancing. Oh, by the way, Craig says if we get to $40 in donations tonight, we will give away the final MOX News embroidered t-shirt. Embroidered, right? That's embroidered on there, baby. We got one left. He says if we reach $40 in donations, we can give away this t-shirt. So right now, we are at $7.99. Woohoo! So we can give that away. And anybody who makes a donation of $5 or more gets 5 MOX News vinyl stickers, professionally made. Craig's had one of these on the truck in the rain for the last 2-3 months. And you get some MOX News business cards also, because knowledge is free. So if you make a donation and you want some stickers, or so if we get to $40 in donations, what we'll do is we'll give away that MOX News t-shirt. This MOX News t-shirt right here, the final MOX News embroidered t-shirt. We'll give it away to the 10th caller. So if we get $40 in donations, we'll give the embroidered t-shirt away to the 10th caller. Okay? Because that's always fun. That's one of my favorite things that we've ever done on the live streams, is to give away a t-shirt to one of the callers. That was always cool. So I'm looking forward to that, if we can make it happen. Seems like fun, right? I mean, it always has been fun in the past to have to have the callers call in and want to win the t-shirt. Let's see. I gotta get a bong hit ready for our buddy Playground of Sound. Let's see. I will warm this sucker up. Let me whip this baby out. Excuse me while I whip this out. Okay, so you guys want to... And I have a fuck ton of videos ready for you. Because I don't just come out here and start eating fucking top ramen and calling the people on the screen terrorists and fucking drool all over myself while I'm licking cop fucking boot all night long. Okay? I don't fucking do that. I come out here prepared with many videos for you to see. Many videos I know this audience would like to see. You know, so again, there's preparation that goes in beforehand. There's, you know, there's the actual show, which takes hours. And again, Craig's been backflipping through 57 fucking hoops for Google to get the damn super chat working. Which is amazing that he actually was able to do that. I myself would not have been able to do that. So it's good Craig is so good at backflipping. I would not be as good at it, for sure. Not even close. All right, playground. Let's see if we can get this to show up. Show up? Can you show up? Can you show? Why can't you show up? Why can't you show up? Just fucking focus. It's your only job is to focus. Oh, it's on there. Trust me. There's one on there, and it's a good one. Thanks, Playground. Okay, so it's Dabs for Donation Friday. And this one is for Playground of Sound because he kicked down $2.99. Ha! Woohoo! I'm just rolling in it now. You ready? I told you that was a good one. Woo! 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 All right, Playground, thank you very much. Ha! Uh-oh. Al! What are you doing to me, man? Okay, we got one from Al for $4.20. My big man, Al, has kicked down $4.20. I'll get to you in a minute, Al. Thanks very much, bro. Ha! Okay. We need to, let's see, what do we need to do here? I need to take just a minute. You know what I really need is I need an electric fucking nail, right? I need an electric nail for my dab rig so that I can, so that it's always ready. It can just always, you know, so I can just go boom, 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 if that's what I want to do, you know? Which really isn't my style. But it's nice to have options. You know what I mean? What a life. Okay. So let's see, that's $5 and $4.20. That's $9.20 and $2.99. is, let's see, it's, blah, blah, blah. What did I say? 9, 20, 12, 12, 13, 13, 19. 13, 19. Boom. Okay, so 13. I gotta get a hit ready for Al. Just a sec, Al. Hold on, just a sec. 13, 19. If we get to $40 tonight, we will give away this final MOX News embroidered t-shirt because it's definitely a collector. It's the last one of, I think there was 20 of them. So if anybody's interested in that, if we get to $40 in donations, oh shit, I gotta get caught up, you guys. Come on, video security. What? Okay, I'm working on it. You guys are killing me. Killing me here. Okay, so Al, I got one coming for you, bud. Give me just a minute. Just a sec here. Hold on. I need a little water. So when I say we're at 13, 19, 18, 19, we get to $40, we will be giving away MOX News t-shirt to the 10th caller. So you want to stick around for that. If we get to $40, we're at, what did I say? $19. Wait. $18? $18.19. Is that right? Somebody's going to have to keep track. I believe we're at $18.19, which means we need $22 more and we'll do a MOX News t-shirt giveaway. Ha! Al, this one's for you, bud. Give me a sec here. I'm working on it. I'll get to you, Seattle video security, in a minute. Oh, hello. Hello, caller.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going good. Who is this? This
is Chris.
Hey, Chris, what's happening?
Not much, buddy. Just enjoying a Friday night here, thinking about a lot of topics. How are you doing?
I'm good.
All right. So, what I want to talk about was the recent social unrest that's going on right now in our country that's happening with all the protests and all the defunding of the police and all that stuff. I just want to put my opinion on it, and I just want to get your opinion on it. Okay. I think there's actually two sides to this story.
Uh-huh. Just two sides, you think? Only two sides?
There might be three, if you're willing to dig just a little deep.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Alright, so it's pretty much works like this. Obviously, what happened was a tragedy. The cop was a fucking asshole. This guy stepped on his neck. Yes, we all know that. But I feel as if right now the people's concerns and their anger is channeled towards the wrong thing right now. Because in reality, yeah, the police are wrong. The police can be brutal and all that stuff. But remember, you know,
That's for you, Al. I don't know. I can't get it to focus. Excuse me. That's for you, Al. I can't get it to focus. Sorry. The police. Go ahead. The police are what now?
You know, we all know, you know, the police can be brutal, evil, whatever, this and that. But I feel right now, as the human population, the human people, the people of this country and of the world are actually protesting the wrong thing. And we're missing the big picture. Because us as a society, we deserve to be free and whatnot. Am I correct?
Yep.
But, like I said, I feel like we're going after the wrong thing. It's not police that we have to go after. It's after the Federal Reserve and the big banks. Because what's about to hit our country right now is pretty fucking brutal. All the economic collapse that's coming is pretty fucking brutal. And most of the country is not aware of what's going on right now. And I just want to make sure, you know, your viewers and everybody else is aware of what's actually going on. Because everyone's just happy-go-getting. People think that, you know, we're gonna fucking...
It's not, look, man, it's not happy-go-lucky, skip and tra-la through Sherwood Forest, okay? It's not that. It's that people don't want to focus all the time on this thing that is this evil, this shoe that's about to drop. Because here's the deal. You can spend your whole life, and many people do, focusing on this incredibly negative thing that's about to happen that might not ever happen. Okay?
Why do you say it might not ever happen? Because the numbers don't lie. The numbers
Well,
don't lie.
because I say that because here's what I've been hearing since September 11th, 2001 at least. The dollar's gonna collapse and everybody's gonna be fucking out and we're all gonna fucking blah 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 and it's gonna be a horrible nightmare. And I could have focused every single day on that, every single minute of every single day on that since since September 11th, 2001. I could have the last 20 years spent all this 19 years, all this energy on this horrible negative thing that's going to happen. But you know what? It hasn't happened yet. And
because we were just that was just the beginning blocks. But if you look at the U.S. national debt from 2001 to 2020, there's a very big difference. It actually,
I totally hear what you're saying, and I believe that you are totally correct. Okay, the thing is again, if I had again bought into that 20 years ago, then my whole life would have been based on this fear of what's coming tomorrow that never actually came till now. And I don't want people to live their lives in such a manner.
I'm afraid that most of us do live in our lives in a manner because
I know a lot of people do. A lot of people do. I agree. Go ahead.
But like I'm saying, like I said, it's obviously wrong. Like, we have to fight against, police brutality and all that. But I just want the world to wake up to the bigger picture because right now there's something that they're not telling us. There's going to be a global reset, and whether you think it's going to happen or not, it's going to happen because all the signs are breaking through. The gold to dollar ratio is crazy high. It's like $30,000. The silver to dollar ratio is like $4,000. That shit was like $2 in 1913. All the cracks are showing. Precious metals are flying to the roof. Did you know that the USD dropped about 3 points in the past 5 days? It picked up just a bit. But this is the thing, though, like I said. And I know you don't solely focus on the economic part in your show, and I apologize if I'm bringing a topic that's totally out of discussion.
No, you don't need to apologize. Look, I really appreciate what it is you're saying. And I think you are correct. You heard me say that before, right? I think you're correct. It's just a matter of, again, do you get what it is that I'm saying, too? About hearing this every single... I've heard this every single day. I've heard it every single day for the last 20 years. And it's always been this same thing. We're all in fucking shit tomorrow, man. It's all gonna turn to shit. And I understand. But it hasn't happened, and I just don't want people... I just don't think that's a good place to live your life from.
You're right, it's not. But what is your take on the protest? Do you think that the people are moving in the right direction by going out there day and night, protesting in memory of George Floyd and an injustice, or what's your take on it?
I think again, it's about, the protest is about a broken justice system, and like what you see happening in Portland, where they send in the federal Gestapo stormtroopers, and the people just come out in twice, 3 times, 4 times, 10 times as big a force. I think that's amazingly beautiful, and I think it's exactly where the people need to be. I think do you know the movie V for Vendetta?
Yes.
Yeah, in that movie, one of the big lines is he says, "People shouldn't fear their governments. Governments should fear their people." And it's the facts, I mean, because we have all the power. It's just they have us all. They have us all in this never-ending.
The Constitution was built off.
They have us. They have us.
Government is not.
They have us in this never-ending fear cycle. And that's why I try to not steer people that direction as much as possible. Like at the beginning of the pandemic, I kept saying, "Can you make it 2 weeks?" because they were talking about in 2 weeks, you find out if you're sick or not, and then you know if you're gonna die, and everybody was terrified. And I was like, look, man, can you make it 2 weeks? We got 2 weeks, and I know it's fucking 9 months later, but again, that's the whole thing. Not everybody's dead, not everybody's sick, and they told us we were all gonna get sick and die in 2 weeks at the beginning of the pandemic, So I'm just trying to make sure people know, they don't have to live from a standpoint of fear. They really, really don't. There's no need for it.
What I think is wrong though?
What's that?
That most of our people are uneducated, especially most of the protesters.
Well, I think it's wrong that people are misinformed. I think it's wrong that they're misinformed for sure.
Misinformed. That's a more polite way to put it.
And I think that they're misinformed, and it's done intentionally, and it's done by the government, and I find it very disgusting. And again, like you're saying, we need to, like what I've said all along is that we need to recognize the real enemy. And I was saying this way before the COVID-19 thing happened. I said we need to recognize the real enemy, and it ain't us. It ain't us versus them. It ain't the Republicans versus the Democrats. The Republicans and the Democrats are not on our side. There never will be, It's us. The people have all the power. And if we just recognize the true enemy, the rich people, the people who control the government, who control the politicians, who control the police, who keep us from getting a 21st century infrastructure, then we do have all the power, and we can make happen anything we want on this planet. And yet they keep us so afraid and so divided that it's like, they got us now where we barely leave the house, let alone ever say hi to a neighbor. Go ahead.
Did you know that originally that government was intended to be a slave of the people, not enslave the people?
Yes.
People were supposed to control the government, and everything just got flipped over. The more government got involved with people when it came to schools and Medicaid and all that stuff, that's when everything went to shit. But originally, the way this country was founded was to have a government that serves the people, that they're slave to the people.
Right.
So, in my opinion, what I think is that obviously our world has been, turned upside down by a bunch of whack jobs and, corrupt politicians and whatnot. But what do you think about capitalism? Free market capitalism? As a matter of fact,
I love the idea of free market. I don't think that that's anything like what we have now.
It's not.
But I think free market's a great idea. I think that it doesn't have to be worldwide necessarily. It could just be within the United States. I don't really think we need all that much from other countries, and I think it's a shame that we spend so much time trading with them. Honestly.
But what I was gonna say, I think honestly, like what I have seen is that most of the protesters and the left and liberal, whatever you are, most of them are pushing for some sort of like socialist society. Do you agree with that?
We already have a socialist society, man. The rich people have socialism. Right? The rich people get everything for free. If the rich people want to go to a casino in Las Vegas and stay in the very best fucking floor and the very best fucking room in the house, it's all free. It's all free. If they walk into a bank and they want a bank account,
it's not free. It's just that they're so rich that they can afford it. That's the thing. No, it's not free.
No, it's fucking free. Okay, obviously. You don't know how Vegas works, okay? You go to Vegas. If you're a rich person, you go to Vegas. I worked in Tahoe, which is on the border of California and Nevada, and there's casinos on the Nevada side. I worked in a casino, very nice casino, Harrah's at Lake Tahoe, and at one point, a Japanese businessman checked into the hotel with $20 million in cash, and He was given comped everything. He didn't ever have to pay for a single thing except for his gambling. And if there was anything, What's that?
Did you ever take into consideration that maybe he was just well affiliated or he knew
No,
somebody?
look at,
I worked many years.
no. I
worked many years in hospitality.
I worked
And,
at a
it's a
restaurant.
common
I
thing.
worked at a restaurant on the top floor called the Summit Restaurant. At the time, it was considered one of the top 5 restaurants in the world. Tableside cooking. I was a waiter. I was a busboy in the evening, waiter at lunch, trying to get it to become a waiter in the evening. Some of the most beautiful sunsets I've ever seen. 50% of the people who ate in that restaurant, dinners were comped in one of the nicest restaurants in the world. One of the top 5 restaurants. 50% of the people who ate there, their dinners were comped. They didn't pay for shit. Okay?
Okay, but what I'm saying is this. What have you ever taken into consideration? Maybe he knew someone. Maybe he was well affiliated. I myself worked in hospitality many years, and I worked in Miami Beach, so I've seen it all, And I can tell you, sometimes maybe it's just connections. It's not automatically he's getting it free. He probably knows the fucking owner of the place, something. You can't always hate somebody for having so much money either.
If they're buying politicians who are voting to keep the police state, marijuana illegal, never-ending wars based on lies going on, yeah, I can blame the rich people. And I will, and I think they belong in prison. And I think the sooner the better. People like Dick Cheney and Liz Cheney who make money off of war, off of, buying a politician or being a politician and then voting to keep wars going on forever. Wars that we all know are based on lies.
Are you talking about
they need to go to prison.
Are you talking about politicians and powerful people or just in general rich people?
Rich.
Because you can't hate someone for just being rich. That's not, not human like. That's not,
If they're buying politicians, look at the rich people are the reason that we don't have a 21st century infrastructure. Do you understand that? Do you understand if the rich people, if the rich people wanted a 21st century infrastructure, they would all call the politicians and demand that we have a 21st century infrastructure plan and moving forward with that plan, and we don't have anything like that. And the reason we don't is because the rich people don't want any of their money spent on that.
Because they don't want to be taxed. They don't want to pay ridiculous taxes.
It's not just that. It's not just that. Look, it's not just that. It's that they have.
I can understand if somebody doesn't want to give up their wealth. That's the thing though. Like I understand. You know what I mean? Like you can't always take. If it keeps the entire community from getting a 21st century infrastructure, then those people should be hung by their fucking toes. All right, I'm sorry, but just the fact that you say hung makes me think that's really immoral and wrong. How can you say that?
If they're keeping us from if they're keeping our species from moving forward, they're limiting what our species can do and have and be. Those people need to get the fuck out of the way. And the sooner they're off this planet, the sooner this planet will be a better place for all of us.
Okay. The mind is the most powerful thing a human being can possess, right? A being itself. Am I correct? Are you following along? Okay. You're saying that they're limiting us as a species. But last time I checked, every single fucking person in this world can manifest their reality, their dreams.
We can't.
So you can't say that we're being dumbed down by
a single person cannot manifest a 21st century infrastructure for an entire country. This is what our country needs. If you truly want to make America great again, the only way to do it will be with a 21st century infrastructure, and no one's even talking about it. They're talking about putting a Band-Aid on our 1920s bullshit. Okay, am I bothering your conversation? Never mind.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
No. Okay, never mind. I guess you don't really care what I have to say.
No, I do what I say. I'm so sorry. I apologize. There was just something in the background, but I am totally listening to you. That's why I took my time out of my Friday night to give you a call, because I think you're an interesting enough person to have a real conversation with. Please don't. It was just a little mistake. Don't get your feelings hurt now. You know, like, I'm telling you this.
Yes, go ahead.
You're a smart person. You're a very smart person. But you have to understand that
I'm not Donald Trump. I'm not Donald Trump. You don't need to kiss my ass.
Is that you're thinking that the average person, the average American, the average Venezuelan, whatever, is dumb. These people.
I didn't say anything like that. I didn't say anything like that. I have never said anything like that, and it always it really bothers me that people seem to take that so fucking for granted, because I don't think that. Again, I call the people in the street the brave, as in the land of the free and the home of the brave, okay? I don't think people are stupid. I think that they're misled.
Misled.
Yes.
Misled.
Yes.
It's true, you are correct. But there's no way that these people are dumbing us down as species. Anyone can.
You don't think the news is dumbing people down?
Pardon me?
You don't think the mainstream media news has been dumbing people down since September 11th at the very least?
Of course. But take this into consideration. We are in 2020.
Uh-huh.
We are years evolved as a species, let alone evolved in the in this century. People are more awake now than ever.
Well,
due to everything.
They like to think that, at least.
Things like that. And it's true. No, it's true, because you can see it everywhere. You see it everywhere, and you can feel it everywhere. There's something that has changed in the universe in the beginning of this year. It's not only a global reset that's coming our way, it's a spiritual reset. This COVID was...
I believe you're right about that, too. I believe you're right about that, too.
It was a spiritual cleansing. It was a blessing and a curse. It was something we needed to do. I hated my job, but I did it because it made me decent money, but I got laid off, and it was the greatest thing to ever happen to me. I could never be happier than that. And I know many other people, the other random things have been coming out of it. So you have to take in consideration that. But yes, the mainstream news is dumbing down people, yes, but the people are aware, and they're not going to win this time. Come November, come this election, there's going to be some sort of event, whether it be catastrophic, whether it be, big, sad, whatever. Something's going to change, and it's going to be for the better. You're going to see a different type of human within the next 10 years.
You know the way that song goes, it can't get much worse. So yeah, it's going to be better. Got to believe. Yeah. It's getting better. It's getting better all the time. Honestly, it can't get much worse.
The rich people are not to blame. Like, why are you going to go after rich people for no reason? That's hatred.
Because, dude, it's like you refuse to hear the argument that I put forward. Okay, if the rich people wanted a 21st century infrastructure, we would have at least be working on a 21st century infrastructure project. They don't want that, which keeps our species, or at least our country, kind of living in the dark ages. And yeah, I hold them accountable for that, because they own the politicians. Donald Trump made that very clear. I own at least a couple of them myself. His words, quote, end quote.
Okay, so 21st century infrastructure, from what I see around me, it looks like we are getting more advanced in technology, space travel, many other things.
Space travel isn't anything to do with our fucking infrastructure. Okay? We're driving on fucking roads that were designed in the 1920s and 1930s. Okay? That's a bunch of bullshit. If that's the best we can do, maybe we should take a couple days off from planning a fucking Mars trip and try and figure out a sewer system where people don't fucking drown when it rains too much in North Carolina for a change, because maybe that's a little bit bigger priority than your bullshit pie in the sky fucking pipe dream that is never gonna happen. Humans are not going anywhere off this planet. Certainly not until they learn how to make a fucking decent sewer system. Come on, man.
Honestly, I think you're just being a little too aggressive and you're not thinking clear enough.
I could not spell it out more simply for you. Okay, I just spelled it out as simply as I possibly could. Okay, they got you hypnotized into believing that somehow humans are gonna go to fucking Mars. When we can't even make a fucking sewer system that keeps people from drowning.
We've been to the moon.
If you say so.
We made progress.
When was the last time we did that?
We made progress.
When was the last time we did that? When was the last time we did that?
Well, yo, guys, when was the last time we went to the moon? 50 years ago.
There you go, man. Okay, so I don't think there's progress. I don't call that fucking progress.
But it's space technology, man. Like, what do you mean? That shit takes forever to learn.
They did it 50 years ago. Why haven't they done it again? There's all kinds of actually important things to come that they could set up a base and do. They've done no. That's a load of bullshit, dude.
The Russians were the first one to space. We were the first ones to go to the moon.
Well, then why didn't the Russians go to the moon? Why don't the Chinese go to the moon? Why didn't somebody else go to the moon? Fucking Japanese are supposedly landing fucking crafts on meteors going fucking 17,000 miles an hour. Why the fuck aren't we landing on the moon? Why aren't they landing on the moon? Why isn't China landing on the moon? Why isn't Russia landing on the moon? Why isn't somebody claiming the fucking moon and the land in the name of their great country? Because all bullshit, man.
Do you think our civilization is gonna shift towards like colonies, like space colonies?
No, I'm telling you, it's a bunch of bullshit.
Anime, like Star Trek. Like, you think we'll get like colonies? No, at some point.
Not until we can make a sewer system where people don't drown when it rains too much. Maybe if we can maybe if we could actually accomplish that and have a priority where that actually seems like an important thing to do, then maybe we actually might be able to accomplish something important. But until then, I seriously doubt this species is ever gonna fucking get anywhere near the moon or fucking Mars, for that matter. So you know.
It might take 100 years, might take 200 years, but don't.
I thought you said they did it 50 years ago, man. I thought you said they did it
50 years ago.
No, then why haven't they done it again?
Who knows what we're gonna learn in 100 years?
Why haven't they done it again?
You can't live life with such a negative outlook, man.
You're the one telling us we're all gonna die because we're gonna fucking be in bread lines and there's not gonna be any bread. Don't give me my negative attitude. Don't talk about my negative bullshit. Okay? I'm just telling you, I want to see a fucking city where when it rains too much, people don't have to go up on their rooftops because we have a 1920 sewer system. I think that would be a pretty cool thing, man. Don't you?
That'd be pretty awesome. Have you experienced that, if you don't mind me asking?
No, I haven't. But I think it would be a really good thing if you know, we didn't have to worry about people in that way.
So what you want is a world where humans are protected no matter what.
I want some realistic fucking goals here. Okay, you would think one of the things that humans can do is that they can grow stuff, right? And we're talking about how the world is all turning brown and everything is going to shit. Well, why aren't we growing everything everywhere? Humans are good at growing stuff. It's because, again, nobody wants to do it. We could turn this fucking planet as green gets. And for some reason, we're not doing that. Why? Okay, because our priorities are going to Mars, baby! We're going to Mars! Woo! Fuck that shit! God.
So, what you think is that we should stop mining, we should stop looking for resources, we should just stop trying to, run basic human needs?
We should try and make this...
Like shelter?
How about that being a priority? You know, how about a
we need
renewable
wood.
resource that
We
we
need
can
wood,
get?
so some trees are gonna have to die in the process, bro.
How about a
It's the circle
renewable?
of life.
How about
Have you heard of survival?
how about a
Are you familiar with
renewable
natural selection?
resource?
Are
Like,
you familiar with
hey,
natural selection?
are you familiar with cannabis? Okay? A renewable
I'm
resource
right now.
that you can not only fuel your car on, you can fucking feed millions of people with, you can build
How are you
homes
gonna
out of.
fuel your car on cannabis?
Okay, you are not familiar with cannabis, and I suggest that you fucking search it. The seeds,
No, please,
the
educate
seeds,
me, please.
the seeds produce an oil, like a vegetable oil, like you can produce out of many different seeds, like cotton seeds and lots of other seeds. The seeds produce an oil which you can, with a few $100s of improvements to a Mercedes-Benz diesel engine, you can then fuel that Mercedes-Benz on hemp seed oil. Okay,
Really?
this can, yes.
Do you have any proof? Do you have any?
Do you have
research paper
Google?
somewhere?
Do you have Google?
Let me Google. I do have Google.
Okay.
Okay, so
You can fuel your cars out of it. You can build your homes out of it. You can make your clothes out of it. Okay? It's a fucking renewable resource that you can renew every 90 days. No pesticides. Okay? Yeah. We can change the world, except for there's people who control the politicians who don't want that. And why don't you take a guess at who those people are?
The New World Order.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, the New World Order, of course. I agree with that. But what I'm telling you, buddy, is that, you can't, by living your life like this, always with your thoughts like this, you're never free. You're never free.
You're the one who came out here and went, fear, 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 fear. And I went, well, I hate to buy into fear. I'm not the one who's not free, dude. Okay? So good luck with that.
All right, you know what? I'm
What?
up on my silver, so I bought into fear. I made a profit. So thank you so much for having me on the air.
Uh-huh.
Enjoy the rest of your evening. I truly appreciate it. Maybe I'll come back some other day. And I'll be able to talk to the nail. But you have a good night.
Call back anytime.
All right, no problem.
I don't know. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? I don't see people smashing the super chat button, that's for sure. Because we now have super chat. Look, I wasn't the one who started with the fear, fear, fear shit. And I didn't go to fear, fear, fear shit. What I said is, we can have a better world. And we're not having a better world. We, the people, all of us, the ones who have the real power. The whole fucking world, can have a better planet. But the people in charge, the people with the money, don't want us, the little guys, to have a green planet, to have sewers that don't flood and kill people when it rains too much. They don't want us to have that. They want us living in the 1920s like good serfs do. Okay? And it's sad that it has to be that way. That's not who I am. I don't want to look at people like that. I don't see any other reality than that. I wholeheartedly believe if it were not for the rich people, if they wanted a 21st century infrastructure, right? If they wanted that for our country, that's what we would be working on right now. If they wanted a green planet for everyone, that's what we would be working on right now. But that's not what we're working on. And they're spending their bullshit money on bullshit fantasies about going to bullshit Mars. Okay? And how can that be the priority over sewer systems that don't kill people? right? How can that be the priority? How can that take a bigger priority than, I mean, and it's this simple, and how come none of the presidential candidates are talking about this? How come no one ever talks like this to you? To us? Okay? Why? You know, it seems really simple to me. Is it gonna like lose all the fucking Star Trek fans support when he says, "Oh, we can't do that. You know, we can't do whatever it is that you said because you know, a 21st century infrastructure means what? It means we're headed towards a more Star Trek-like time, right? Instead of being stuck in the 1950s. You know, oh, we can't prioritize, you know, an infrastructure over the space travel. Well, the infrastructure is what's going to get us to the 21st century and then hopefully beyond. I mean, really, realistically, at this point, we shouldn't be looking at a 21st century infrastructure project. We should be looking at a 22nd century infrastructure project and what that should look like, because that's the kind of visionary beings that we should be. But we have fucking, you know, morons, fucking Cro-Magnon men and fucking dinosaurs in Congress being controlled by rich pieces of shit who don't want anything for the people, especially not a future that you can believe in. A future that you can see something better for your children. And why? Because your children are supposed to be their children's slaves. And they like the idea of that. That's the way it's always been, and that's the way it always should be. And it's pretty clear to anybody with eyes that that's where we are at today in this 21st century world. Okay, so I got a video about the Sturgis rally in South Dakota. It's supposed to be the biggest rally going on in America since COVID-19. Because they're fucking rebels! Fuck you and fuck your fucking mask.
Massive gathering taking place tonight in South Dakota in the middle of the pandemic. The annual biker rally in Sturgis, one of the largest in the world, 250,000 people from across the country expected to attend with no mask mandates in place. The mayor urging personal responsibility, saying he can't stop people from coming. ABC's Trevor Ault in Sturgis right now.
Tonight, the coronavirus pandemic isn't stopping hundreds of thousands of bikers from rumbling into Sturgis, South Dakota, just as they have for 80 years.
Was it a done deal? You were going to come?
Done deal. I don't care about the COVID.
Cases in South Dakota have been rising slightly, but Governor Kristi Noem encouraged people to come, citing the president's Mount Rushmore rally as a success.
The common characteristic among these bikers is they love freedom and they hate being told what to do. And even though a survey said the majority of Sturgis residents wanted this rally canceled, 250,000 people are coming here to make this the largest event in America since the pandemic began.
And it's the first year we've ever wore a mask coming to Sturgis.
The city didn't advertise the rally this year, but they knew the crowds were inevitable. And the rally's a lifeline for businesses, bringing in $650 million last year.
We just kind of took an attitude that whatever happened was what was going to happen, and we just had to roll with it.
All right, Trevor Ault joins us now live from the rally in Sturgis. And Trevor, we saw some bikers there in masks in your piece. Are there a lot of people wearing them? And when the rally wraps up, the town has some big plans to make sure its residents are safe?
Well, Tom, to be frank, in the hours we have spent here, you could count the number of masks on one hand. Now, when this rally wraps up next weekend, there is going to be mass testing for the population of Sturgis, but that's only 7,000 people. It does not account for the hundreds of thousands of others coming in from across the country. Tom?
A big weekend there in Sturgis. Trevor Ault covering it all for us. Trevor, thank you.
All right, Gas Man. Gas Man. RB, that's you, right? RB, Gas Man. Gas Man kicked down $22. Means we made our $40 goal. That means we can give away a t-shirt. Ha! Nice. I believe. Oh. Hey, Craig. Hey, Craig. No, tell the caller to fucking hold on. Yes. Okay, so listen. Hello, caller. Hold on 1 second. Craig.
That's fine.
Craig.
Sorry, bro. I didn't mean to put him through quite yet. I got.
Hold on 1 second. Just.
The phones are going crazy.
Okay. Listen.
Yeah.
Gas man wants stickers.
Okay. Tell him to mail Mike at moxnews.com, and I will get his details on email.
Okay. Hey, gas man. Craig said to email Mike at moxnews.com, and he will get your info and send you some stickers. Okay. What's up, caller?
Hey, what's happening, Mox News?
Who this is?
This is Mike Zubas, Big Baby Zubas.
Baby Jesus.
You say that every time, too. No, Big Baby Zubas. He's my last name.
Oh, okay.
It's Lithuanian. I know I'm giving it away. Now somebody's going to freaking track me down. Again.
Wouldn't be the first time, right?
And not going to be the last either with how outspoken my sorry ass happens to be.
Dude, I was listening to some guy crying about getting death threats last night, and I was like, you don't even know, man. I've been doing this a long time, and I know how to push buttons.
I get you there. I really get you there. I've had my buttons pushed, and I've pushed some buttons myself. Whether it was right or it was wrong, it doesn't matter now, does it?
Yeah, you know. Sometimes you got to do what you got to do.
Yeah. I did it. Whether it's I don't like all the stuff that I did, but I'm not gonna have to regret it anymore. I used to regret it. I used to live with regret, and I learned that just holds you back.
Yeah. Well, like I say, you got to kind of come into the moment, because that's all that is real. That's all that's real, is what's happening right now in this moment. Everything else is just kind of a chemical reaction in your brain. Like if you're remembering what happened, 10 years ago, 5 years ago, whatever, that's just a chemical reaction in your brain. It's not actually what happened. If you're thinking about what's going to happen tomorrow, again, that's just a chemical reaction in your brain. It's not the reality. The only reality that exists is right now in this moment. And, and you don't want to carry around all that other shit.
No. Yeah, that's the thing. That brings me to my first couple subjects. I forgot about one song. I had like a whole bunch more songs, but I really want to talk about those two songs last time. But this is a different song, from a different artist. You ever heard of Cottonmouth Kings?
I don't know. It sounds familiar, but I'm not sure. Yeah.
They're a rap group, and all they rap about is pretty much just weed and stuff. But they had this one interesting song I think you would really like. I think everybody who's listening would really like too. And it's got featuring the Insane Clown Posse, because when they first started, they toured a lot with ICP. So I could go about that all day about underground rap, but I wanted to just talk about this and move on. But anyway, so they made this really good song called "Think for Yourself," and it's off this album called Cloud 9. Which, a lot of their songs is really good, but this song in particular, at the time, it was made like 10 years ago. So at the time, I was talking shit about Hollywood and how it was all fake fortune and fame and stuff. And people, they made a whole song about, like, you shouldn't take other people's opinions as much, especially on the media. You should really think for yourself. Like, the chorus is the best part. Think for yourself, man. Don't do what they do. It's a sick world. You just got to stay true. Stay true, and then everything will be cool. You got to blaze your own trails and make your own rules. Something like that. It's
right on.
Pretty good. It's a good song, and I recommend checking it out after the stream when you're.
It sounds good. Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, it's a good track. It's got a good beat, So I don't know if you got the bumpity bumps in your car, but if you got it, you got a bumpity bump with the bumps.
No car. I don't have a car.
Yeah, I used to love that. Since I'm from Detroit, that's our thing. Cars is our thing. And I used to love cruising in my car and listening to all kinds of shit. And I had big ass Wolfenheim German subwoofers. Used to say it all like exaggerated, like Wolfenheim. Anyway, so.
Yeah, you know that song. You know that song from Queen. I'm in love with my car. Got a feel for my automobile. With her pistons a pumping and my hands on her wheel. Fucking great song.
That's some good shit. That's actually not a song that I'm familiar with, but I know it exists.
Yeah.
But you reminded me of its existence.
It's night at the. It's Night at the Opera. Queen Night at the Opera. I think it's Night at the Opera.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Too bad about all that stuff with Freddie Mercury. Well, what are you gonna do? That's what happens when they test AIDS on you to see if it works.
Well, you know, Freddie had a great life, man. You know.
Yeah, he had a great life. He was really, he really changed things.
Don't feel bad for Freddie. He had a great life. Yeah, and he made a big difference. Yeah, he made a big difference too.
Yeah. But my other thing I want to talk about, which your previous caller was touching on, but I want to touch on in a different way since I'm a lefty. One of those crazy socialists that everybody keeps talking about. Actually, I consider myself a democratic socialist, but since it's such a bad word, I call it social democracy now.
Just how about?
And they're still probably going, oh, it's still socialism, but socialism is as American as apple pie, apparently.
Well, the labels are all just used to fucking basically give people, whether you attach them to yourself or you attach them to someone else or someone attaches them to you, they're basically just used to disregard. You know what I mean? People will go, oh, he's one of those, and then they no longer have to listen to anything that you say because they already know everything about you.
It's a dehumanization tactic.
Yeah.
Oh, you're a socialist? It means you're a communist. If you're a communist, it means you're one of those red scummy bastards that the TV told me to hate you. So I gotta make sure that I do that. It's like, you can't even. It goes back to the song. You can't even think for yourself about it.
Yeah, dude, they were using the same fucking argument in like 1950s, man. They're like, the communists are coming to take your guns and your fucking property. You know, I mean, it's like, oh my, and I'm pretty sure your great-great-grandma was smarter than to listen to them assholes then. So how come you're so gullible? You know what I mean?
Well, that's because, the way things are now. I think like the last great president we had was really FDR. I mean, when you talk about those 1940 sewers, those were built great in the 1940s. Back when we had 1940s ideas on how to do sewers. Everybody else gave up on that and wanted to do two things: make money and blow up other countries. So ever since that, all we wanted to do is, give into the military-industrial congressional complex. Eisenhower originally wanted to call it, but Congress told him no. Oh, fuck Congress, apparently. So,
yeah.
Anyways.
I'm pretty surprised. I'm really surprised at how afraid people seem to be. Because they all act like, not so much all of them, but there's this huge percentage of them that act like they're so like ready to take care of business, man. Like Donald Trump bravado kind of shit.
Yeah. Well, it's election time.
But you can just sense the fear because when the people go into the street, all of a sudden, they're terrorists. Those people, and how can you look at Americans and call them terrorists? You know what I mean? Especially in this, especially knowing that America was born out of a protest at very, very similar protest. It's like, hey, fuck you and fuck your police state, fuck your taxes, fuck the goddamn government. We can do better, And that's what, and then like, oh, look at the terrorist in the street. Somebody shoot him, lock these people up. It just blows my mind how afraid these people who think that they're so brave and so heavily armed, how afraid they really sound if you listen closely.
Yeah. Yeah, both sides of the aisle, because, everybody's starting to wake up to the fact that we are living presently in a police state. Everybody kept ignoring it for years. I used to sit there on Facebook all the time before, I got shadow banned off of it or whatever.
Yeah.
But I was sitting there all the time, like they had all these cop watch channels or channels, but the groups and the pages and stuff. And then they started banning all of them because they got sick of exposing the cops doing crappy things to people.
Well,
Whether it's whatever color, but that's because, you know, of the overreaching authority that the government has been given since 9/11, which you start to think it's a real thing.
and all the media, whether it be social media or mainstream media or local media, they're all in cahoots with the police, right? They're on the side of the police. They want to make sure the police know, you know, that they're on their side in case, you know, they need them, then the police will be on their side. You know what I mean? It's very...
They have to be, though.
Yeah.
That's why, because if they don't, then the cops, like if the TV reporter talks shit about all the cops, like doing something bad that they shouldn't have been doing, like all those desperado things.
Yeah.
It's like San Diego or something. But it's like if the reporter says something, well, the cops go, okay, we're going to tell all of our buddies to blackball you, and you're not going to get shit from anybody when it comes to reporting about this stuff. So good luck trying to keep your job now.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And then, you know, they go same thing with the prosecutor. You know, that's why what's her fuck's name? Amy Klobuchar didn't do shit for years because she knew if she fucked with that police union would tear her apart.
Well, you know what? But that's who she is, dude. She's a police stater. She's not about freedom. You always have a choice, whether you're going to stand up for freedom or not. And I mean always. You always have this choice. It lives within you. And it makes me so sad to see people who don't seem to really have that freedom choice inside them anymore. I feel bad for the spirit of America.
You're right. Sorry about that a second ago. Should have talked in the middle of something. So I guess I do that. My brother yells at me all the time for that.
It's all good. We're trying to have a conversation. I get it.
I understand. But yeah, I totally get all that. So. But I really wanted to talk about the antitrust meeting from last week. I realized not only do we need to break up big tech, but we also need to have an anti-oligopoly law. You know what oligopoly is, right?
Say it again?
Oligopoly. Like it's like a monopoly.
It's not okay.
Instead of it being one company, it's like 2 or 3 or 4 companies. Like instead of it just being Pepsi, Pepsi & Co.
Yeah.
Instead of it being just GM, it's GM, Ford, and Chrysler.
Yeah. Okay. I thought you were saying oligarchy. So
yeah. Well, that's the same thing. It's just that's when the government's run by the Democrats and the Republicans, and nobody else is allowed.
Yeah.
So,
right.
I mean, the whole country is just like run by these associations of 2 or 3 large groups.
Yeah.
That's why, it's interesting. I saw somebody, Cory Booker put out this bill about like the Farm Reform Act. I'm like, at least somebody's calling out big ag, but I know it ain't going to pass because, look at the times right now. But it's interesting to see that. But I know it's an election bill. That's why they're putting out all these bills. Like, look at all these bills we can pass. Just re-elect me, and then we'll pass them, and then you re-elect them, and then, nothing happens.
Yeah, I want to see him voting on fucking marijuana. Okay? I want to see that. I think it's coming up, but we'll see. They're gonna go on vacation here in the next couple days for like 4 or 5 weeks, right? In the middle of all this shit going down, they're just gonna fucking go and do their little fucking family fun. Nope, this is our time. I mean,
I think it's supposed to be like for election time or something. But anyways, yeah, I get you though. Like they take way too much time off. I agree. I did it again. I'm sorry, dude.
No, it's all good. No, you didn't do anything. No, it's supposed to be. You're right. They're supposed to be. I mean, when they get time off and they go back to their homes or whatever, they are supposed to be hanging out with their constituents and talking to the people that they're supposed to be representing. But I think that doesn't happen very much.
Yeah. Well, they don't have to anymore.
Yeah.
With all the dark money and shit, they can just represent companies or whoever or anonymous.
Well, yeah, and plus, but I mean, now it's just not going to happen at all because it's the plague and nobody's supposed to be having group meetings or anything. So They're just going to take 30 fucking days off. And I don't really see how these supposed public servants deserve this kind of fucking royal treatment.
Well, because they're doing a job of the 1%, really. So they'll let them do whatever they want because they know the less that they do for us, the more they're doing for them, because the CARES Act pretty much was all they needed to do for the 1% in giant corporations. Like, they wrote in that bill, like, if you had made between $1.2 and $1.7 billion a year, you got another $1 million.
Yeah.
Well, we got, like a couple thousand. They want to bitch about the $600 a week.
Yeah.
You give people $1 million per.
Yeah.
And he wants us to complain about me getting like maybe 40 grand total, maybe. But I get it. It's because there's so many more of us and so little of that.
It's just disgusting.
So it doesn't look as impactful because it's like, oh, there's only like 500.
Again, the rich already have socialism. You know what I mean? So and if it's good enough for them, you'd think it would be good enough for the rest of us too.
Exactly. Martin Luther King said that. There's a socialism for the rich and rugged individualism for the poor. I don't know. That's me trying to do it. I don't know if I should be doing Martin Luther King's voice. But there's a really good video that this guy, Matt Orfalea, or something, he's another YouTuber. He made this good video where he's showing, like, back when Bernie was still, like, we thought he was going to do things. He made this good video where it's Bernie and Martin Luther King Jr. versus Donald Trump in this, like, he just, like, edited the shit out of it. But it looks really good. He uses all these really good speeches.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then, especially towards the middle part when Martin Luther King talks about democratic socialism. That's the real reason why Martin Luther King Jr. died, because he wanted to bring democratic socialism and he had a real chance of doing it. So capitalism had to stop him.
That makes a lot of sense, man. I think anybody who really wants to bring power to the people and looks like they might have some effectiveness is probably going to be laid out.
Yeah. Well, I was watching, they had this other show, it was like Graham Elwood and Lee Camp, and they were doing this thing where it was like, they do this podcast and stuff, where they were talking about the whole thing, and Lee Camp just with this guy, like, I forgot the name, but he was like the owner of this bar nearby, and he just literally confessed to everything, and it was like, okay, so like a Louisville cop was instructed by the FBI to shoot him, and then they gave the gun to the owner of the bar that was nearby, and the owner immediately took it, drove it off, and they dismantled it and tore it apart and melted it, so that way the gun would disappear. So I guess it's all crazy. And then the next day they had all these bushes there, but then they cut off these bushes because that's what they used. It was, that's why they go, oh, the conspiracy theorists are saying all this stuff. Well, yeah, because the CIA made up the term conspiracy theory to say that, oh yeah, if somebody's talking shit about the stuff that we do, we can call them the conspiracy theorists.
Right.
Because we're the ones doing the conspiracy, and they're theorizing on us, but we can't say that it's fact because they can't get us.
Which is, well, again, and this is exactly what I'm saying about attaching labels. See, once you get the label conspiracy theorist attached to you, then 90% of the people know that they no longer need to listen to what you're saying, no matter what it is you're saying, because you're one of those. So. It's except for the so-called woke ones who understand that if you have the words conspiracy theorist attached to your name, you're probably a danger to the powers that be, and they want you, again, labeled properly so that people don't actually pay attention.
Now, there's a difference between being woke and being truly awake. That's for sure. Mm-hmm. Because woke is just, it's something cool that the Democrats made up to lasso you into their bullshit to vote for them this year. Because they can't be voted on merit, but whatever. So, yeah, hopefully we can get some anti-oligopoly laws passed. Because that's what we really need. That's what we're talking about 21st century infrastructure. That'll pay for it, breaking up all these oligopolies.
What we have to do is get rid of all the Republicans and Democrats, man. It's the only way we're ever going to get any kind of change. Obviously.
Yeah. That's going to be the tough part, trying to get rid of them. I mean, ranked choice voting would help, but they would still exist. So it would be tough to get rid of them.
There's going to be... There's going to come a person And that person is going to get the world's attention, and that person is going to change everything. And I don't know if it's going to be someone like Greta Thunberg or it's going to be someone like Ron Paul. But it's going to, and that person's going to get the whole world's attention, and is going to say, and the only way to change this is to stop voting for Democrats and Republicans now. and hopefully, it will make a difference. I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's why I keep telling people to read George Washington's farewell address. He said exactly everything that is wrong with politics today. Is that he called it.
Yeah.
He has spent, it's 45 minutes, so expect to be reading it for a good while.
Yeah.
But there's a whole section about political parties, and every single thing he would predict in that speech happened for like the political parties. They're more worried about the party structure, so they condense the power and the ability for the populace to be able to unify and create proper legislation. And it's like, that's what's happening. They care more about their power than the actual people, because the power is what keeps them in power. That's why they start making it about money instead of about talking to people.
I agree.
Yeah. So money, when money wasn't free speech, money worked a little bit better. But since money's free speech now, it's bastardizing our entire government and capitalism along with it.
It's not free speech. It's God. Money is God. Okay.
Yeah. They turn money into a new god. You are absolutely correct.
And it's all that matters. If you have money, that's all there's. Like if you have Jesus, that's all that matters. Nope. If you have money, that's all that matters, man.
Yep. It sounds like we're going to need a political Jesus at this point to be able to save our riches.
That's what I'm saying. There's one coming.
I thought it was going to be Bernie, but I was wrong, because he was a Jewish carpenter after all.
All right.
What are you going to do? He was for like a month, for like 2 months. I looked it up, like back in like the 1970s, before he became a teacher. He was a carpenter for like a couple months. So it counts. It counts.
All right. Hey, baby Jesus, I got dabs I got to catch up on. So.
All right, yeah. Make them donation dabs. I'll smoke a couple bong tokes for you on the off camera here, and then we'll have a couple more chats.
All right.
One day I'll talk more shit about Jeff Bezos, because I wanted to go into about him, but we'll go into about him next time. All right.
Okay, man. Good to hear from you.
All right.
Stay cool.
Good to hear from you too, man. You too. Be safe. Enjoy them dabs.
You bet.
Peace.
See ya. All right. So that's baby Jesus. And, okay, so I have a video here. Oh, I played the Sturgis rally one. I have a video about, let's see, not that. Let's see. I have a video about, police attacks on journalists. What's that one say? It says, Lebanese president. I'm just going to heat the bong up. So we're doing dabs for donations Friday, okay? That means if you do a donation, and we have the super chat, which we've never had before, ever, on any live shows. So there's a little button right there below the text window where you push and you can make a donation to MOX News. For the first time ever, we've had that up there. If you want to do that, I will be happy to do a dab in your honor. Apparently, I'm 3 dabs behind right now. I'm not sure who this one is for. Oh, I think this one's for Seattle Video Security. Is that what it was? Hold on. All right. Just a sec. Hold on. This is hot. Hold on. Okay! Ready? All right, let's see here now. Hold on. Can you see that? Come on. Come on. Oh, man. Oh. Ugh. Ah. Craig had put in a new computer because the last one kept crashing. So he got one. It's got like all kinds of RAM in it, and it's got like a super video card, and so hopefully we're not going to crash anymore. Yay, Craig! Thanks so much, Craig. Yes, I said Gas Man. Gas Man wants stickers. I know I said that. Gas Man wants stickers. Oh, good. You got the address already. Good. There you go. All right. Okay. So let's see. Where are we at here now? I got a hot bong, and I have 2 more dabs to catch up on after this one. This one is for Seattle Video Security. Thanks very much, Seattle Video Security. It's very nice of you. $5. Which helped to put us, Gasman actually put us over the top for the t-shirt giveaway, which we will do before the end of the evening because we made our goal of $40. Thanks so much, Gasman. It's very nice of you. This one is for Seattle Video Security. Ready? All right, so we have 2 more to do to catch up. If you want to, again, crush that fucking super chat button. Uh-oh. Baby Jesus. What? Baby Jesus. Hello, caller.
Hi.
Hi.
Mike. How are you doing? I think if you remembered, I called like either last week or a week before to Wasik.
Okay, cool. Thanks for calling. What's going on?
So, I just like to ask a few questions because like I'm like confused about like what's going on, like this whole corn shortage thing. Like, do you think there's a possibility that the dollar can collapse or will collapse?
Well, of course there's a possibility. Like, again, like this is one of the things that I keep saying when this comes up, is that this is what I've heard since at least, September 11th, 2012. We're all fucked now. The dollar's going to collapse and we're all going to go into this fucking massive depression and we're just fucked. Okay? And that's not what I see happening in my neighborhood, nor is it what I've seen happen in my neighborhood since 2011. September 11, 2012. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, because but I'm just like confused. Like, how did we get to I don't understand how this whole corn shortage thing came about, and then gold being over like $2,000. And that's kind of like a lot of conspiracy guys, say that like the first 2 signs of like a currency collapsing is that precious metal goes through the roof, and then coins become a coin shortage because then they're going to use the coins as a currency instead of paper currency because it's actual metal.
Okay, look. There's a major psyop going on the American people. You know that, right? The government is just like psyop. Yes, they're doing a giant mind fuck against the American people. They've been doing it for a long time, like a Operation Mockingbird and so many other things that we all know are going on, right? You know that, right?
Okay. Like a little bit more detail. I appreciate there's a psyop going on. Like, is this trying to like get people to just buy a lot of gold and hoard coins, or like?
Again, it's just to make people more afraid. Okay, the most important thing that we do is that we get them as afraid as possible. The more afraid they are, the more they will turn to their government, towards their leaders, towards strong figures that will tell them, don't worry, we have your best interest at heart. And then they're raping your fucking mother behind your back. Okay, so all I'm saying is, they want you afraid, and this is what I've said all along. This is one of the biggest, the most important parts of their programming. So whatever it is that's going to happen, just don't be afraid. Do what it is you feel needs to be done and move forward. But do your best not to be making other people afraid either, because that's just going to, again, people shouldn't be afraid. We're the top of the food chain. We're the big brain, upright walking, can make anything happen on this planet that we want to make happen, top of the food chain. So we're not supposed to be afraid every minute of every day. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. So, like, one thing I was watching the show earlier, one thing, like you said, I was like, shocked. I'm like, that's what I was like thinking about, like, and I know when you mean rich, you mean the top 1%, not like somebody that's making 100K.
I mean the people that are buying the politicians. Because there's people who own, like Donald Trump said, I own a couple of them myself. When he was running for president, he said that. He said, all these people are for sale. I own a couple of them myself. And that's just, and that was just put in simple layman terms, They are all for sale. We should all understand that. And the people that are buying them, whoever it is, they are the ones in control. They are the ones who do not want a 21st century infrastructure. And in my opinion, that's what made America great in the first place, was that we had this amazing, new infrastructure that stretched from sea to shining sea, and we were able to go out and make all kinds of amazing things happen with it. But now, it's like we just keep putting a Band-Aid on this same old 100 plus year old fucking infrastructure. I mean, if we can't do better than wires strung from one stick to another stick to another stick, I really don't see how people believe we're going to be going to Mars sometime soon.
Where I agree with you is that, like think about how hard it is for somebody to like own a business. It's going to take them till they're in their 50s, and then you see these like super giant stores. And when they do something stupid, like you say the airplane company, or like the plane company, or airlines do something stupid, like the major ones, they get bailed out, and then they get bailed out again. Or like certain industries. So like I see that, like they just keep on getting bailouts when a small business just needs like 10 grand and they'll be all right. Like they can't get that. So I mean, that's another thing, like that I was glad. That's why I like your channel. Like I really want to I'm gonna share. I'm gonna really share it to my friends, and like for a while I didn't want to talk about politics. It ended up being like a big stupid fight. But this is something that anybody can agree on as long as they as long as they sit there and think about it and listen and shut up for a few seconds and they're like, oh, okay, that makes sense. But
if your mind's not already made up, maybe we can fucking get somewhere and wind up together, on that same page. And then together we're able to move forward and actually make something amazing happen. I have this belief system where, one person can have a profound effect on another person, and two people of like minds can change the world. I love that saying, and I saw it on a TV show. A radio DJ said it to his audience, and I've always loved it. I thought, wow, that's a really cool thing. And so I always try and share that, and because I actually believe that to be true. I always thought, if I could find somebody to just fucking make something amazing happen, and that was the priority, that we could probably do some pretty cool shit, So we'll see.
I mean, like the biggest thing that stresses me out is, like I said earlier, like how like a super wealthy company gets bailed out and something like mom and pop can't get the same thing.
Yeah.
And it's like, so if taxpayer money is going to super wealthy for either making bad decisions or just maybe they're even being so dishonest that they are making money. They're saying, hey, look, we're broke right now. And then do stock buybacks, which is so crooked, but they get away with it. Another thing, my theory is, it's like a theory. I think that, like, how we had a housing crash in 2008?
Yeah.
I think that's, like, right around the corner, and we're going to have, like, mass homelessness. And, because the way I see it, the banks want to, like, sell their house multiple times. Because let's say, like, everybody bought a house, and they give it to their kids. Well, there goes your money, or a portion of it. You know what I mean? Like, if you got to the point where somewhere along the lines, majority of them, like, get foreclosed, and you got your money back on interest, several folds, and then you bring that house thing on market down, and everybody else tries buying it again, and then you foreclose them and make them homeless. That way, you're making the most out of your profit versus if you just, like, let's say they bought it and they gave it back to your kids and so on and so forth. That is like a loss in the long run, in the sense that, like, it's kind of like the saying goes, like, your dentist honestly wants you to have bad teeth. Your mechanic wants your car to go broke down. So, like,
the police want crime. The CIA wants terrorism. Go ahead.
Exactly. Like, I mean, that actually makes more sense more than I could even think of that. I'm so glad you said that, because, like I couldn't even come up. I mean, that was just the perfect statement. Like, like when I said the mechanic watch your car to break down. Like, I had a beautiful car. I used to do my own work, and I one time went on a mechanic. And ever since that, my car wasn't the same. And I always one time I went to a dentist. My teeth been shitty ever since. So I'm just like screw them, So all I'm doing, I'm like, so it's that type of shit. But like, what do you think people should do collectively to, like, fight the system? Like, what do you? I mean, I know this is kind of like a big question that I'm oversimplifying, but like, starting from where? I mean, okay, people are protesting, but like, someone to like, have a decent, at least if not change the world, have a decent life for themselves in the future if they're like working class and they want to rise from that, because obviously most manufacturing places are freaking what's the word?
Well, look here.
Manufacturing places are exploiting their workers.
Yeah, let me tell you. Look. The best advice I can give you is to find out what it is that you really love to do, and then fucking do that to the best ability. Get a good idea of how you can make money doing that, and then do that even better than you thought you could. And they say if you build it, they will come. So if you find something that you love to do, even if you're not a great success that makes you billions of dollars, you're doing something that you love. So you have a smile on your face when you're doing it, and you're doing something as opposed to working for some slob who every time you come in wants to know why you're 5 minutes late again. You know what I mean?
Or like, for example, one time, like I was like running, I was running it dehydrated, and they were bitching why I had less power. So then I looked up online how much these parts cost, and I'm like, wait, so every day I come in here, I give you $80,000 worth of parts, and I get $1 a piece per part, or actually $40,000 because they need 2 parts per piece. But I give them $40,000 a day worth of parts, and I get $1 a piece of part. And if it's like, let's say $1.50, let's say I don't make as many parts, they're bitching. And their goal is to make it where I'm only getting 50 cents a part. So they want me to make more than 10 parts, which is not even possible because the two machines I got to run altogether takes 5 minutes. So like it's not even mathematically possible. And they're pushing that.
So it sounds like a very like you're not very happy where you work, dude. You should figure out something. Again, you should find something that you really want to do, and figure out how to be making that happen.
I mean, I'm so glad every time, like last time I talked to you, you have life-changing advice. Like that's why. I mean, I don't know if I can share just in Facebook. I want to do that. You know, I just want like you change, and there's a lot of ways that people just shut up and listen. You can change their life. You can give them like groundbreaking advice. But you know, what I wanted to do was like right now I got a certified tinning and I want to learn detailing, audio installation, body work, and just be more focused on. You know, there's like two types of body shops. There's the one that focuses a little more on collision repair, which I like that too. And then there's the one that's more restoration. So I want to be like a more restoration focused body shop. So
well, dude, here's what you should do. Here's what you should do. You should just find all the shops where you wish you could work and go in and tell them why you really wish you could work there, and you know, and see how that goes for you. Because at the very least, I bet a couple of them will be like, "Well, stay in touch, man." And you know what I mean? That's like a door open, kind of.
Well, like you know, what I did like to like kind of get through that was that you know, like I'm going to go to Lincoln Tech. I'm trying to get a hold of, which I can think sometime this week I'm going to get a hold of Lincoln Tech, and I'm just going to go part time and work. And even if they say, you know, hey, this is not. I mean, we don't need part time, whatever. Even if I have to like screw you, like I got a family that owns a family business. I have my savings or whatever, and you know, it's been too long since I delayed my dreams for something that's not even worth it. So like regardless, that's like definitely something I'm gonna pursue. So
well, you don't want to work for tyrants. Working for tyrants is just never gonna be a happy thing, you know.
Yeah, like it's just like I've been working for 3 years and they didn't even give me a 10% raise or 10-cent raise.
Wow.
That fucked up. And most of the time I busted my ass, and some days, because no matter what, even a machine, there's some days a machine.
Yeah. That's horrible, dude.
As you want it to work, even the most expensive machine. So you can't expect the machine to work all the time. Eventually it gets hot and it's just shut down. Like that's how hard I work with the machine. Came out one time and said it overheat.
Yeah, you know, when you talk about your job, you know, I keep imagining, like, you ever seen, like, you know, the sci-fi movies where the guys are, like, out in the desert and they're, like, harvesting shit off a fucking spacecraft that's been, you know, sitting in the desert for 5 years or whatever, you know, and they're fucking working their ass off, and then people come in with guns and shit, and you have to run away, and maybe you get the part you wanted, and maybe you don't. It sounds like your job.
No, I make septic tank parts. And septic tanks start around $1,200 and go upwards to like one particular part I'm making is like $1,200 to $1,500 dollars, depending on the size of it. So, you know, come on, like, and I pretty much. Everybody walks out. I walk out. At least don't be a dick to me if you want to pay me more. But, like, it's just like, you know, I have, like, a vacation coming up. I like to take that fucking vacation because I can take it whenever I want.
Excellent.
I'm done. That's it.
Yeah.
I'm done. If they're going to give me where I'm part-time and I can go to school, fine. If not, I don't give a damn. I'd rather flip burgers part-time so I can finish off my school until I get that done and then, you know, look for body work than do any of your bullshit anymore. It's just like, you know, like, you know, it's like, you know, that's one thing about, like, good advice, and, you know, I'm gonna make it conclusive because I know 1,000 people are probably wanting to talk to you, too, but good advice is you already knew it all along. You just needed somebody to kind of open like, hey, that's what you gotta do, and you're like, wait, that is what I gotta do. So I really appreciate talking to you, and I'm actually getting one of those kick-ass shirts, dude. Like, tell me about those badass shirts. Those are so badass, the MOX shirts. Like, I got one in blue with a V-neck, you know. I don't know how I can send you pictures, but if I could, I'll send you when I get it.
Right on.
But I'm going to let everybody know about this channel. That's the type of news people got to watch. But in conclusion, you know, it's nice talking to you, and hopefully, you whoever's patiently waiting, gets a chance. So, hope you have a good night, man.
Yeah, it's good to hear from you. It's good to hear from you. Thanks a bunch for calling, and I really appreciate your kind words. And that's what I was saying about, one person having a profound effect on another person, and two people of like minds could change the world. You know what I mean? If we can just...
You gotta put that on a t-shirt. You gotta put that on the next t-shirt.
All right.
That's such a badass quote.
Right on. I think we'll probably have that probably next week.
All right. Well, I'll see you later so the next guy can talk to you. It's nice talking to you. Thanks, man.
All right. Good to hear from you. Thanks a lot. Good. Very nice caller. So I am running behind on bong hits here. I need to catch up. It's Dabs for Donations Friday. Anybody know which dab this is? I think this is dab number 5. Who is this one for? Is this one for Al? Wait a minute. Baby G's, wait, hold on. Wait a minute. Uh-oh. We lost it. I think it's for Al. I know I owe you another one, right, Al? I think I owe Al another one. Let's see. Oh, wait. Let's see. I owe Gasman a bong hit. Gasman, and then I owe Al another one, and then I owe Baby Jesus one. Wow. How are we going to get this done? You guys, this is very, very new. We are in completely unexplored territory here. Bong hit number... How many have I done so far? I do 5 so far. Is this number 5? Who's keeping track? Let's see. It's hot. Give me a second. The phone... when I'm on the phone, I think that the torch, again, is going to make too much background noise, which is, again, why I need to get a good email. If anybody knows of a good email, let me know. I will contact them and see if they want to kick one down. Since we do dabs every night of the week, you'd think they'd want their email on our show. Why the heck wouldn't they? If it's actually good product, to be like, oh my God, I love this email so much, right? It's just so much nicer not to have to put the torch out and worry that I put the torch in the right place so that it doesn't fall and catch the carpet on fire, right? Or roll over on the table and burn the fucking wood on the table. I think Craig's son burned one of the monitors heating up his bowl with the torch. He's like got the bowl too close to the monitor, and the monitor got like a big old torch mark across it. If I remember correctly, along with a few carpet burns here and there. All right, here we go. I don't know if this is number 5 or number 6. I know I have 2 more to catch up to after this. This one is for Gasman. Thanks, Gasman. Very nice of you. We will be doing a t-shirt giveaway momentarily. All right. What is that? Oh, Craig's. That's our buddy, Seatown Siege. He's the man. If you're looking for, he's a very creative guy. I always like to think that maybe I had a little bit to do with that, but I don't want to take too much responsibility because Craig is an amazing dad. So, And that boy is a very lucky boy to have so much support. We're all lucky to have Craig, actually. Okay, so, and we have Seattle, Washington, and they are having a throwdown. What's going on in Seattle? Quite a few people there marching along in Seattle. Again, making sure the mayor and the chief of Seattle police, Chief Best, Chief Best, make sure that they know who's street, because they don't seem to be getting that message just yet. And it would be really unfortunate if we have to explain it to them in more detail. Wouldn't it now, Mayor Jenny? All right, so we're getting there now. How many more bong hits? Okay, we own Baby Jesus and Al. Both have a dab coming up. We are doing Dabs for Donations Friday with Super Chat for the first time ever. And I believe we're on either Dab 6 or Dab 7. This one is for Al. Thanks, Al. Very nice of you. Al's second or third donation of the evening. I'm having trouble keeping track of numbers. Just a little bit. But there's a lot of things happening. I'm busy saving lives. Isn't that what the last caller said? What now? Let's see. I have no idea what he's saying. All right, here we go. Here we go. What's this now? I need water. Oh, look at that. There's a list. Let's see. Okay, so we did one. Okay, so let's see. Okay, so that's 2 for Al. Okay, 2 for Owl. Right. So okay. Al's next. And then Baby Jeebus. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? All right. Let's see. What number are we on now? Fucking hell. Wait, where was that at? Right there? Is that it? Oh, where was that at? There? Nope. There? Let's see. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we're on dab number 6. And that one's for Al. And have it ready, Al. Give me a second here. Let's see. I don't know what's happening with this camera. It doesn't seem to want to focus on this tonight at all. But it's a good one. Trust me. I wish I could make it sparkle. Oh, man. Worky. Wonky. Wookie. Wookie Sanjay. Thank you. Yes, I believe. Craig did 57 backflips through hoops to get the super chat in place. So, Craig is the man. There's no way I could have done that many backflips, let alone through hoops. So, I don't know how he did it, but he is amazing. And anybody would be lucky to have him on their team. All right, so this one's for Al. We'll get to you in a minute, wonky. Okay, and thanks so much to everybody. We're going to give away a t-shirt momentarily. Let's see. And Craig's had the, he has MOX News cups made up if anybody needs a beverage container. And he's got t-shirts. He's got face masks. Right? So, because the face masks are here to stay, folks. No matter how much we hate them, they're here to stay. So, Craig worked very hard on that. So that's why I keep making sure you guys know about it. Because I don't want his work not to be seen. Like I said, anybody's lucky to have him on their team. As I keep telling him, when he's like, not charging people enough. He's working on it. Of course, he does all his work pro bono on the MOX News because he's an amazing guy. And he made this t-shirt right here, which is very pretty. MOX News comes in many different colors. Seems like a very nice t-shirt, very high quality t-shirt. And it says, knowledge is free. As does my business card, which we made, I don't know how, we made that years and years and years ago. Knowledge is free. Right at the top there, baby, because that's the truth. Right at the top, knowledge is free. Fuck copyright, okay? Fuck copyright. I just can't stand these copyright people. Of course, I'm a pirate. I'm always going to be a pirate. If it wasn't for the fact that I was a pirate, and my friends are pirates, if it wasn't for the fact that I'm a pirate and all my friends are pirates, none of this shit would ever happen. So, you know. Fuck the police. All right. Which one's this? Number 6? I said number 6, right? Al, this is for you. And thanks to everybody so far. Al, I got you right now. Baby Jesus, you're next. Hello, caller.
Hey, Mike, it's Brandon, man.
Hey, Brandon.
Yeah, I donated to y'all today, so I figure, hey, I call you so damn much, I might as well pay you so you can talk to me, right?
Well, it's nice. It's very nice of you, Brandon.
Yes, sir.
You don't need you don't need to pay me to call. Okay, Brandon. You call anytime.
Man. Yeah, I got you. No, hey, it's DABS though. But hey, I want to comment on the caller you had earlier that was just talking about when you was working at that casino and how this guy had $20 million and they comped everything.
Yeah. Wait a minute, Brandon. Let me tell you about that guy, okay? I was working at the time, I wasn't working at that time on the 18th floor in the Summit restaurant at that time. I was working on the ground floor in the 24-hour-a-day coffee shop. And that guy came in at 2 o'clock in the morning. And he had an entourage of about 5 people with him. And he had 4 guards that stood around his table at all times. And he had 2 servants. One that took his order and the other one that went into the kitchen and prepared his order.
Wow.
Okay? And a waiter would be assigned to his table, and all you do is just stand there. He came in at 2 o'clock in the morning and had 5 bowls of soup, and then left a $200 tip. And he played baccarat. He played baccarat, and one night he tipped the baccarat dealers $50,000.
That's what's up, man.
Yeah.
I mean, I think what the guy was saying, but he didn't know how to articulate it, or maybe he did, but I missed it. But he was talking about, like, why we got to penalize the wealthy. And that's what a lot of people think. But what a lot of people don't know is they don't get to that elite level without some form of government help, whether it be a government contract, a new policy being passed to make the regulations just a little more lenient, like with banking or whatever, so people have more money to play with. Now, we think of taxes like, whatever, $3,000 or $4,000 or $8,000, wherever you live at, for property tax. That just drives us crazy. But when the wealthy people get a tax write-off that saves them, let's say, $800,000, they can take that money and reinvest it every year and keep growing and growing and growing, as the average American don't have that option. It's not given to us. We're just working hard and paying our taxes, and we're trying to,
we're just trying to get the rent paid. We're just trying to get the average American is just trying to get the rent paid, keep the lights on, make sure that they can afford what they need for their car and food and stuff.
Get the kids up for Christmas. Yeah. And not stress out.
I can't imagine how difficult it is with kids. I mean, I can't imagine, because I watched Craig, raise his son for many years. But I can't. I mean, that was in a single parent household, and we were all very chill. I can't imagine multiple kids, and and it being so fucking hard. I mean, God.
Listen, in the past little more than 2 years, within a 2-year span, me and my wife paid off over $50,000 of debt. And last November, I sit down with my son and my youngest 2 daughters, because my oldest 2 are grown, they out the house, my twins. And I said, listen, it's going to be a Charlie Brown Christmas. Meaning it's going to be a stick with a tree and a pipe bent sideways and a damn bulb on it. That's it. Because we paid off like $7,000 to $8,000 in debt just in November and December. And we told the kids, it's just, listen, we ain't worried about y'all right now. Me and Mommy want to pay this debt off.
Yeah,
and that's what we focus on.
Congratulations, man. That's a huge thing, dude. Yeah,
listen,
good job, bro.
I was walking around dressed up looking like Mr. Rogers. Okay, that punk-ass sweater and cheap-ass shoes he was wearing, that's what I was wearing for 2 years. I didn't buy myself nothing clothes, man. But what I'm getting at is, that's what we got to do, the working class, just to try to get a leg up. When someone, who was born into wealth, or, and that's typically it's all old money, let's be honest, unless you're a Jeff Bezos, but you copied, some other logistical companies format, or very creator like Steve Jobs or Bill Gates.
Well, I understand Donald Trump, the current president of the United States, received from the time of 3 or 4 years old the equivalent of about $800,000 a year in allowance. So this is, can you imagine what if you have a brilliant 8, 9, 10-year-old son, who's not wasting shit, has the opportunity to take $10,000 a year and invest it in something. Donald Trump had $800,000 a year allowance, basically, to invest in what he wanted to do, and. So, like I said, like you're saying, Brandon, these people get all the legs up, and the little man gets nothing, and that's really where the government should be focused if they actually want to help anybody. But they constantly, the rich get everything. Like I said, they already have social. They already have social.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But they pull, because I think what it is, we want to be like them so much that we accept that. Like, okay, yes, they have a 50-meter head start on me, but I can get there one day.
Well, that's the dream, right? That's the dream.
That's the dream.
And what did George Carlin say? The reason they call it a dream is because you have to be asleep to believe it, or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. And but I understood what that guy was talking about, like hard work. But there's so many people that have seen their parents work their ass off and have nothing to show for it.
Yeah.
I think that's the uncertainty that a lot of young Americans have. Like, they understood their grandparents, you know, but then they look at, you know, their mom and dad, and they're like, what happened? Well, it's because the system changed. Because the system seems that a lot of Americans were prospering up under all these programs, you know, to get the economy started, and unions and stuff like that. And yes, a lot of bad people destroyed the union's reputation, you know, and a lot of politicians destroyed a lot of others' reputation. And now it's more or less like the haves and the have-nots, man. You got to be very fucking lucky at the end of the day to be an 18-year-old kid now and be optimistic about the future. But your grandparents know you're sucking, because the back in the day, those type of jobs ain't here no more, you know.
You know, there isn't like some kind of retirement parachute. Like, you know what? I totally get what you're saying. I mean, Craig tries to have this conversation with his dad all the time, you know, and his dad doesn't seem to understand it. But I think he's getting it more now.
Yeah, well, like with me, I just joined the Army, and it worked out because you get a pension after 20 years.
Right.
Right? Most companies now, a young kid out of high school with no education to get a job, work there 20 years, and the company gets put out of business or is bought out by another bigger corporation, and they give them a $14,000 severance package.
Right.
You know, now he's 40, he has to start all the way back over again.
Yeah.
You know, so things are so much more complicated. And yes, you can say, well, you got to have a college degree, you got to have this, you got to have that. That even puts more stress on the situation.
Let us see what your social media looks like.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, right. But yeah, exactly. Like, but that's to where this despair that we have. And you see all these young people screaming at the government. It's not like it's old people at all these damn protests. It's a lot of young people. And the reason why their grandparents don't get involved, because the grandparents don't understand that those children or those young people would never be in the position they're in right now. If grandma and grandpa 80 and these kids are in their 20s, that's a damn near 60-year gap. Well, them kids will never be as blessed with a pension that someone worked for at a company and got, you know, or whatever the case may be. Them jobs are fucking gone and over with. There are no more 100-year companies. That was Sears and Roebuck, and look what's happening to them. You know, and J.C. Penney. Them companies are over with, man. You know, and it seems like every 20 years a car company files bankruptcy.
Yeah, I when I see what's going on with J.C. Penney's and Sears and companies like those were like establishment Americana companies, you know, that you just expect to always be there, and then. But I don't think they transition very well into the internet age. You know?
Exactly.
Yeah.
But if you look at those companies, those are where you hope your mom and dad went Christmas shopping at. You know, because it shows you a middle class, right? You had Kmart, then Walmart came around, but you always had JCPenney and Sears. And that was like the middle class, and then you had the rich people had the Tiffany stuff. And everything is gone. We've done depleted everything and out-resourced it to the point to where the grandparents need to accept the fact that what the grandchildren are saying right now is the inevitable. But they got their benefits, and they're screaming at the grandkids, work harder, put yourself up by your bootstraps. Motherfucker, there ain't no boots.
It's so much more complicated, like you're saying. You know, I mean, it used to be. It used to be what you would do is you get the job, you know, and whatever it was, all you had to do was fucking stick it out. And if you stuck it out, then you got some kind of a fucking ride, you know, to move forward. So, you know what I mean? You could retire and you'd have some kind of a parachute, and it's just not there anymore for the 90% of the people that it would have been there for 50 years ago, 40 years ago.
Yeah. Oh yeah, man. It's but you know, I think, and it's really, this is like a man issue that I believe, because men have never really had that much help in society because we're men, you know.
Well, when you say man, you mean like working class man, right, or something like that?
Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. That work now. It's not like you can go to your grandfather's job and take his position. The job is gone. The company's gone.
Right.
You know. So now you're debating on how do I get ahead. You know. So you say, okay, well, I go get my CDL, work my way up for 4, 5, 8 years, and save my money and buy my own truck. Small business owner.
Which is backbreaking work. Go ahead.
Exactly. Yeah, sitting in a truck 12 hours a day is unhealthy. It's stressful. You know, it's your body's not made to do that.
Yeah.
You know.
It's very stressful. When I lived in Tahoe, I used to ride the bus to work, and on snowy days, man, those guys would be going up and down these fucking hills, you know, in Tahoe, and I'd be like, man, I don't know how you guys do this, you know, because it seemed like it would, you know, being responsible for all these people's lives and driving on ice, a big old fucking, you know, I don't know how to describe it. So.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, it's just part of the job.
Yeah.
It's like, you know, it's any other job. Like, as much as we like talk about danger in jobs, military or police or whatever, fireman or first responder or whatever, fire jumper when there's a fire, right? They just look like I did when I was in the military. We just look at it and say, it's what you say to do. Let's go. Come on. Whatever, you know, them truck drivers ain't worried about that damn ice. They did it 1,000 times. You know.
Yeah.
Shit. But there is something going on that a lot of people actually believe in, you know, what we discussed, the American dream. You know, you work hard, it pays off. It is so chaotic now that what's next? I mean, you have the grandparents and the uncles with the shotguns going to the Capitol building, and you got the nieces and nephews and the sons and daughters and the grandkids out in the street. What's next when those people collide? You know, like, who's going to kill their damn nephew or their grandchild? There'll be somebody probably that's willing to do it.
You know, I mean, this is, you know, I hate to talk about stuff like that, but look, the truth is that blowback is a real thing, okay?
Exactly.
And there's this giant fucking blowback that's coming towards the U.S., and I wish that we could be realistic about it, so that somehow, instead of basically what the powers that be want, again, not a 21st century infrastructure and not being ready for giant blowback. Meaning that they want, again, as what was the last caller saying, they want, I said police want crime, CIA wants terrorism, you know, it's how they justify their giant budgets, you know. So they want them to hit us. They want the blowback to happen. And then instead of heading it off in the first place, instead of acknowledging that we made this huge fucking wrong to these millions of people, you know, and doing something to try and make it right, which will never fucking, you know, head off the blowback, but at least, you know, we can acknowledge and then try and do something, you know what I mean? Instead of just acting like, oh yeah, that happened, whatever. So anyways, there's, and this is what they want. And again, I'm not trying to get people to live in fear in any way. I want better. I want, you know what I mean? We did wrong. If we can recognize that we did wrong, then we could try and not so much make it right, but say, yeah, we were wrong, and we want to do what we can to help, you know? But that's not at all where America is at. That's certain, you know, not where Washington D.C. is at, and it's super fucking disgusting that those are the people that represent all of us.
But the thing is, though, they represent, their demeanor is just like Trump. With Trump is a little more, you know, he's out there. But what I'm getting at is that's the American demeanor. We're better than you. It doesn't matter, because if you have anything that we want, we'll just come take it.
Well,
we already set the standard.
Well, let's put it this way, Brandon. It's like with the police in this country, right? It's you know how they act towards the public, right? They just, you know, we can do no wrong, and we're gonna fucking smash you, and you know, if you don't comply, we'll just fucking execute you in the street. The Pentagon acts in the same way, you know, as the world's police. So if we say this is what needs to happen in that country, this is what we're going to make happen in that country, and you know, and what happened is what we say happened, you know.
Yeah, man, and it's going to be interesting. I'm not really excited about this election, but at the end of the day, shit's just gonna get worse, man. And I hate to say it that way. You know, I don't know what the hell needs to happen, but what we don't need is another 9/11. So fuck that shit. You know,
what needs to happen, Brandon, is that we need to get rid of all the Republicans and all the Democrats. And here's why. Because when a 9/11 happened, which we all know we were lied to about by our government, the people in our government did absolutely nothing to tell us the truth about it, right? They didn't say, oh, look, here's what we need to investigate what happened. Everybody drugged their feet on having an investigation for years and years and years until shit's cleaned up and we're moving forward and all this stuff, you know. Okay, now we can have an investigation, and then it's a bullshit cover-up investigation. And the problem is that if we have another 9/11 and the Republicans and the Democrats are the people that are in charge, we'll get the same bullshit answer again as to what actually happened. And we all know that what we're told by this government, what happened, is bullshit. And it's solely because there's only Republicans and Democrats in charge. So there isn't like an opposition to what they're saying, as I keep saying, because they're not opposition parties. They're the same fucking thing.
Yeah, you're right. No, 100%. And they only play on like 3 to 6 topics. You know, Jesus, the Bible, our religion, abortion, drugs, the whole black and white thing, unions. You know, I mean, they only play all the environment, which I don't understand why nobody would not want to invest in your fucking neighborhood. Does that make any fucking sense when it comes to environment? I don't think so.
I keep talking about the sewers, man. You know?
Yeah.
I don't understand. We live in the 21st century, and we can't have sewers that work properly so that when it rains too much in North Carolina, a whole bunch of people don't have to fucking wind up on the rooftops and or drowned. And a whole bunch of other states on top of that. You know, I mean, they're using fucking a dike system in Louisiana that's, 150 years old? You know? I mean, come on. It just seems like we gotta be moving towards a better tomorrow. Otherwise, there's just not going to be any kind of a better tomorrow. And someone should be held responsible for that, Brandon, that we're not going towards a better tomorrow. Somebody should be held responsible for that. You know, with extreme prejudice.
Yes, but the problem is that is these 21-year-olds or 25-year-olds in the street. That's their grandparents that need to be held responsible, because they're the ones that keep hanging on to whatever ridiculous ideology they have. Period. It doesn't make any sense when it comes to the planet, man. You got one neighborhood, period. But they don't care.
Well, they
are oblivious.
We have one species, that's like the human race. Everybody wants to break everything down.
Yeah.
And that's the big thing. That's the biggest part of the programming is they want to break us down into these smallest groups they can. Fucking countries, Russia, China, America, and then fucking Republicans and Democrats and men and women and fucking, everything, every little tiny group that they can break us down into. And then that's what you're about. This is who you are. This is how you identify. And if everybody else doesn't agree with you, then they're not part of your group. And you know what? Then we can never get anything done because we don't agree on this thing that I identify as. And that's how they keep all the power. This small group, instead of all the people on the fucking planet having all the power and trying to make an actual better tomorrow, a better 21st century, maybe even plan for a 22nd century infrastructure, which is something we could do easily if we had that as the priority, as opposed to a prison planet, at constant war of choice based on lies for the sole purpose of making people rich. I just can't stand it. I can't stand that it's done in our name. I can't stand that, the best of the best is used as cannon fodder, again, to make people rich. Brandon, what kills me, man, is like in Iraq, right? When they started the Iraq War, they started on my birthday. You know what I mean? It was on it was March 19th, 2003, and that was my birthday. And all I did was cry that day, and it always just breaks my heart, what happened in Iraq. And I take it really personal. And, but I remember them sending rushing the troops in there before they had like all their fucking chemical gear, and like they didn't all have fucking
you ready?
Didn't have like
I can tell you a first-hand story on that.
Bulletproof vest. Didn't have their proper bulletproof vest and everything. They just weren't armed at all correctly, and they promised not to do that, and the reason that they rushed them in there was because it was like there was a fucking election coming up, right? Go ahead, Brandon. This is 2 Bronze Star Brandon. You go ahead, Brandon. Tell us the story.
Okay. So this is exactly what happened. Whenever we deployed with our mask that was issued with us, that we trained with, but no MDC gear, which is nuclear, biological, chemical gear. So when we got over there, we got it in country, and it was passed out like, tops and bottoms are you medium, regular, small, tall, whatever, right? And when the Scuds started coming into Kuwait, right, you would mop up to mop level 2 just in case the Scud had a chemical weapon on it, and you'd put your mask on, and then the last thing you would put on would be your gloves. So you're a mop 2 for days, right?
Yeah.
And it's hot-ass equipment. But some people, this is what's crazy, when you're talking about they didn't have the equipment, they would get issued the top and the bottom, and they would open it up, right? And it'd be 2 bottoms. Or 2 tops.
Wow.
And I've seen this to where guys would be ripping their shit open because of Scuds coming in, and they just ripped it open last, and didn't do their proper checks, of course, and it'd be 2 bottoms or 2 tops. And the look on their face was like, I'm fucked. Now, when it comes to plates, this is what I will tell you. I had no plates during the actual invasion of Iraq. from
no,
the
wait.
beginning of the war.
You say no plates? You mean like the ceramic plates for body armor?
Yes. Now listen, I had a flight jacket which had a compartment for a vest in the front and a vest. I mean a plate in the front and back.
Yeah.
About 6 months into deployment, we got issued plates, and I was a platoon sergeant.
Yeah.
And we had no plates, and I had like 20-something Joes, well, men and women.
Yeah.
And we don't have enough plates. So we're just passing, okay, everybody get one plate. When you're on a convoy, try your luck, put in the front or your back. Seriously. That's just how it was.
Yeah, it's really sad, man. It's disgusting. It's disgusting.
Yeah, but it tells you that dumbass Bush, I hate to say it that way, because I kind of like the man now, like all people do, but he never read, the Art of War book when it talks about don't underestimate your enemies. And that's exactly what happened, and that's what happened in Afghanistan. I've been there too. But the money has always been there. The money's always been there, man. And the soldiers have sacrificed, But it is what it is, man. But I'm sorry that I was crossing the burn from Kuwait to Iraq on your birthday, 2003, brother. I sure do apologize for that.
I apologize to Iraqis when I meet them. You don't need to apologize to me. It had nothing to do with you personally, Brandon. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It wasn't your choice to go in on my birthday, so.
Yeah, right.
And I feel really bad again. That thing that I brought up about the not having proper body armor and chemical gear. I don't know how many people would bring that up out of the blue, but that's something that just always has I just makes me want to beat some people's fucking faces in.
Well, I'm not making it up, and I was on Camp Pennsylvania. I was there when we shot down the British Hornet. We thought it was a Scud missile. We shot it down with a Patriot. And that same night that happened at Camp Pennsylvania, we had this sergeant that threw grenades into the tent because he got radicalized. And, and he thought, and now he's on death row. He killed 2 people or 3. And I was there for that, so, yeah. It's funny you mentioned that about masks and armor. Yeah, I fucking lived through that shit, man. That shit was fuck. The worst part was you're in soft armored Humvees, and it took like 6 years really after that before they got really good up armor vehicles in Iraq. Fucking ridiculous.
Yeah. The whole thing was beyond ridiculous. It was fucking horrible, and everyone involved, not meaning the soldiers certainly, the people who fucking signed off on making it happen. All the people who signed off on making it happen really need to go to prison for the rest of their lives to make examples out of them, so that the people who come after them know that this shit's not gonna fly.
Well, we just told everybody that we did that the United Nations will not save you because they voted against it, and we did it anyway.
Yeah.
So we just told. So whenever we sit here and say, well, Russia doesn't like the United Nations, hell, motherfucker, we don't listen to them anyway. So what the fuck are they good for? Let's be honest, nothing. Come on. But that's all, Mike. I just want to say, hey, man, good talk to you, and I hope you have fun with your dad, brother. Okay?
Hey, Brandon, I'll take a dab for you in a minute. Thanks very much. My man Brandon kicked down 2 Bronze Star. Brandon kicked down $25. Thank you so much, Brandon. It's very generous of you. Thanks, you.
Man.
All right, good. I'll talk to you soon.
Okay.
Bye. And that's our buddy, 2 Bronze Star Brandon. You do not get a name like 2 Bronze Star Brandon just given to you. You have to earn that shit. All right? So, in case anybody's wondering. All right, I'm going to play a video here while I whip this thing out. Let's see. I have a video about police attacking journalists I did post this video earlier if you saw it, but I actually thought it's a good video, so I want to make sure everybody does see it who might not have seen it, because there's a lot of journalists around these people that are protesting. You see, they're not like the local news media. They're these little independent people who go around and actually are doing the job of a journalist, seeing what the protesters are actually making happen. And they keep getting injured by police. And it's because the police don't respect the fact that they have press written across their chest. They don't give a fuck. You're going to get your head bashed. You're going to get tear gassed. You're going to get pepper sprayed. You're going to get flashbang grenade. You're going to get shot with rubber bullets. Doesn't matter. That's who the cops are in this country. And that's what we need to change. We can't have rabid dog comply or die policing. It's just unacceptable.
Seattle police also under the microscope for how some officers interacted with journalists caught in protests that boiled over into violent riots last month. Coming up on the news at 4:30, a closer look at the encounters now under investigation. With Seattle City Council mulling a major overhaul on the city's police force in just a matter of days, the Office of Police Accountability is investigating whether officers used unlawful force against journalists during a recent riot. Seattle police telling us it may be difficult for the officers to tell the difference between protesters and journalists during all the chaos, and that sometimes journalists may be inadvertently hit.
Q13 Simone Del Rosario and Brandon Davis obtained video at the center of an investigation.
Oh, he just what are you damn it!
Caught in the chaos or a reckless disregard for journalist safety.
Into the crowd, you see them. Oh,
these scenes playing out during a Seattle police proclaimed riot the last Saturday of July.
Media!
The police treat the press and just the same as they would a protester. There's no difference.
Despite the danger, independent journalist Chris Rojas,
I think this is a top to one of these,
is determined to document these moments.
If bad things happen and no one's there to film it, then it'll just go and continue. Journalists are obligated to stay in areas like that to shine light on things that are hidden.
It's the same drive that drew him to Iraq as an embedded photojournalist during the war. Back in Seattle, he says the sounds on the street are traumatizing.
To hear that in Seattle, it is very unusual to feel like, oh, this is like Iraq. This is like being in a war zone.
The munitions may be different, but like Iraq, he says being press doesn't protect him, even though policy says it should. Seattle police told us it is always possible when standing on the line of a protest that a journalist or citizen observer may be inadvertently hit with a less lethal munition.
This is the first time I've been back here since Saturday.
So you're literally picking up pieces of what you believe is what they threw at you.
But Seattle Gay News staff writer Renee Ricchetti says she was far from the protest line when police threw a blast ball her way.
This is incredible.
Days later, the pieces are still here.
It's just all over the place. To see the physical blast ball myself really upsets me because I was just sitting there doing my job. I didn't deserve this.
Sitting on this fire escape alone, taking a break from the action, she says she happened to be recording with her professional camera when you see a bike officer walk her way and casually lob a blast ball beneath her. Embracing for the blast, she accidentally stopped recording, but the impact and the evidence remains.
So I had to watch the video over and over and over again just to believe it myself. And if I hadn't documented it on video, I wouldn't believe it happened.
When shown the video, Seattle police told us it is difficult to say whether this blast ball deployment is justified or not, as we are not able to see the activities prior to the recording. The officer's actions are under review.
If there is any evidence whatsoever that a police officer purposely targets a member of the media or legal observer.
He's tagged, he's got his media stuff on, he's got a credential.
Those complaints get directed immediately to OPA, an independent investigative body that will investigate them, and Chief Best will hold them accountable.
Many of the journalists behind these cameras say they do not want to become the story.
Oh, my head is... Oh, damn it! Ah!
They want to document the story and let the footage speak for itself. In Seattle, Simone Del Rosario, Q13 News.
Now, after many reports of journalists and legal observers facing police force during protests last week, the mayor asked multiple oversight agencies to review and update the Seattle Police Department's policies and training around identifying and protecting those covering the demonstrations.
The Office of Police Accountability continues to collect evidence for cases like these, including looking at officer body cam video and interviewing witnesses. But I got to say, that was eye-opening.
Yeah.
All right, let's see if we can get it. Sparkle for me, bitch. Sparkle, sparkle. Why won't you sparkle? Oh, you're pissing me off. Oh. All right, one of these days I'll get it. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, so this one is for Baby Zebus. Baby Zebus. Sorry, I'm getting your name wrong, dude. I'm not very good at getting people's names right. But one of these days I'll get it. All right, so, and thanks to Baby Zebus for this lovely donation of $2. And it's so good to have the super chat and for you guys to be supporting that we now have the super chat. It's very nice of all of you. I can't thank you enough. So this bong hit will be, I believe this is number 6. Wait, was the last one number 6? Just a second. Let me see. I believe this is number, let's see. I believe this is number 5. Is this number 5? Wait. 3 hits. I think it's number 5 or 6. I think it's number 6. Okay, here we go. You ready? I'm almost ready. Almost ready. Okay, I'm almost ready. You ready? Almost ready. I think it's number 6. And have another one. And Wonky's next, and then we owe a good one for 2 Bronze Star Brandon. Ooh, let me see. What were we? What were we doing now? What were we doing? I don't know. Oh, right. We got to do another bong hit for Wonky. Wonky. Okay, that one was for, dang it. That one was for Baby Zebas. Thanks very much, Baby Zebas. All right. Next is Wonky. We'll get to it in just a second. I want to see what's going on here. We have Portland in the house. Portland looks like they are going on a walkabout. It's always nice to have a little walkabout on a lovely summer eve. What else do we got here? Hobart, Indiana. Look at that. Hobart is in the house. Yeah, let's see what else. And Boo Bear's in the house. Hey, Boo Bear. Hey. You're my beautiful baby. I love my beautiful baby. He's my beautiful baby. Yes, he is. And let's see. We got Seattle is going on a walkabout. Looks like a lovely evening in Seattle. Austin, Texas is in the house. Omaha, Nebraska is in the house. Everybody's enjoying a lovely summer eve. I love seeing the people out on the streets enjoying a lovely summer eve in America. Is it not a beautiful thing? I have more videos. If anybody wants to call, the number's 805-669-6397. 805 MOX News. I think we've had some very interesting conversations this evening so far tonight. Thanks to all the callers and all the people doing it. And we will be doing a t-shirt giveaway before the end of the evening. To the 10th caller. Before the end of the evening. Not just yet. I still have a couple of dabs to catch up on. Who's next? Wonky is next. Uh-oh. Zebas. Baby Zebas. Good luck with that. I accomplished that decades ago. So, I don't think you'll have very much success. But I would like to encourage you to continue to try. We'll get to you in a minute, baby Zebas. Let's see. Next one's for Wonky. Hey, Wonky. Hey, Wonky. Wonky, Wonky, Wonky. And then 2 Bronze Star Brandon. And then baby Zebas. Let's see. And I don't want to play a video. We'll just watch these people for a minute. If anybody wants to call, the number is 805-669-6397. 805-669-6397. 805 MOX News. Otherwise, I'm going to have Big Ol' Puff here for Wonky. And then, one for 2 Bronze Star Brandon. My man. 2 Bronze Star Brandon. And we'll keep an eye on all the beautiful people in the streets. In the streets. On a lovely summer eve. Demanding their representative government hear their voices, hear their cries for justice and a better future for everyone. How much more of a beautiful country could you hope for than to be able to demand this of your so-called representative police state government? I love it. Oh, did I leave out the comply or die part? I hate it when I do that. How come I always leave out the comply or die police state part? Okay, who's next? Wonky. Let's see what we got, Wonky. It's never going to show up on camera, but I can try. Let me see, make sure we got one here. That looks like one to me. All right, let's see what we got. All right, Wonky. Let's see. Can we see it? Can we see it? Sparkle for me, bitch. Nope. She doesn't want to sparkle for me, which is too bad because honestly, when I see it sparkle, it always like makes my mouth water, and I always wonder if other people have like a similar, Pavlovian type effect. Always wonder. I was like, but only when she sparkles. Like, oh, isn't it beautiful? I guess this slobbering part makes you know I mean it when I say it.
Holy crap, it's hotboxed up here.
Holy crap.
So, the running total with the donations through email is at $70.19 right now.
Yeah, okay.
So
awesome.
if we get another $10, you want to give away the second shirt? We could do it. All right. I'm just saying. Feeling lucky? All right, we'll save that other shirt for a special donation.
But yeah, we want to make sure we keep one around.
That Boo Bear's upside down on his couch.
He is.
Down by the river. He's nuts up, man. Get a
he's
shot of the
nuts.
Boo Bear.
There.
These nuts right here.
That's a happy Boo Bear.
How funny, dog.
He's my beautiful
He's
baby.
getting a contact high.
He
Right,
probably
Rufus?
is. Well, actually, I blew a big dab in his face earlier. So.
Oh, he's having a good time. Are you stoned? Are you totally baked, Boo
You
Bear?
can see the tail going back and forth just a little tiny bit. Like, I'm fucking baked.
Pizza? Pizza?
What?
What? Cheeseburger?
Don't fuck with him like that.
Alright. Oh, he's like,
See?
I
He's
heard
like,
that.
wait a minute.
There's food?
Wait a minute.
Not
What
yet.
was that?
We'll have pizza later. This dog, I swear to God, pizza and dabs, that's all he needs. He's like, look, I'm coming down. Screw the river, I'm coming for pizza.
All right. Okay, this one is for Wonky.
What a Boo Bear, what a Boo Bear.
We're not going to put a price on dabs just yet. I'm just trying to show thanks to the people who give something back. It's very nice of you. And Craig is kicking down these awesome MOX News stickers. So if anybody wants MOX News stickers, these are professionally made, and he's had one on the back of his SUV for some time now, and it seems to be wearing very well through rain and shine. In case you're wondering. Okay, so we owe. That one was for Wonky. Wonky, thanks for a bunch, bud. Let's see, what else do we got going on here? If anybody wants to call, again, the number is 805-669-6397. Let's see, what do we got going on here? What do we have? Let's see, what do you have? Okay, Baby Zebas. Baby Zebas coming up. I owe 2 Bronze Star. Brandon, a dab. My man, 2 Bronze Star Brandon. Got one coming up for you, bud. And we got again, we have Portland in the house. We have Austin, Texas in the house. We have Hobart, Indiana in the house. Seattle, again, gathering in numbers. Portland is going to be gathering in numbers for a long time to come. And we've seen other protesters from across the country this evening and all this week, as we have for many weeks, including not only this country but other cities around the world. And I love seeing, when the people are able to go into the street. It's a beautiful thing. And I don't understand why some people seem so threatened by it. Because, and it's not because it's these people, it's because it's you've always been threatened by it. It's never mattered who it was that's gone into the street. The people, that went into the street to protest the Iraq War were called unpatriotic, amongst other things. And we had the police there, and the police were taking pictures and videos of us. And You know, that's not what America is supposed to be. America is supposed to be about being able to protest. You know, being able to, again, when you have a loud microphone, I've always said you have a bigger responsibility to speak out. You know, which is why I've always dissed Hollywood, because Hollywood, you know, should be speaking out about the crimes that are going on in the West Bank, in Gaza, in a much bigger way. And they don't. And they never have. And because if they did, then, you know, people would understand that it can't be anti-Semitic to speak out against the crimes of the Israeli government. You know, they wouldn't be able to use that as some kind of scapegoat. So, that's why, you know, one of the things I've said many times, you know, they should be speaking out. And this is why when you see the athletes, you know, finally taking a knee to say that there's a problem here. Thanks, Wilco. You're the man, bro. When you see the athletes taking a knee during the national anthem, again, I've never thought for one heartbeat that somehow looked disrespectful either to the national anthem or to, you know, the flag in any way. That's some type of again, when I made my first website in 1997, the very first graphic that was put on it was an American flag waving proudly in the air. And Craig can tell you that because he helped me build my very first website, 1997. So all I'm saying is, you know, when you see these people in the street, they're Americans, and it's a beautiful thing. Or wherever you see them, when they go into the street, it's a beautiful thing that they have the right to do that, to speak out against injustice, oppression, austerity. You know, the protesters in Greece, I always love seeing the protesters in Greece standing up against austerity. You know, I've always been surprised that we don't see more of that in the United States. You know, because they talk so much about, you know, we're going to have to cut the Social Security, you know. So, and that, again, they don't ever talk about we have to cut the Pentagon budget, we have to cut the war machine, we have to cut the war on drugs, which is a complete and utter failure. Why should we continue to throw money at something that's a complete and utter failure? It just makes no sense whatsoever. That discussion never gets had. And why does it never get had? Because, again, the rich people want the war on drugs forever. They, again, want your children to be serving their children. That's the plan. And they really like that plan. That plan works very well for them. And they will keep that plan firmly in place for as long as possible. All right, so what are we staring at here? Railroad tracks? What the fuck is this shit? That looks like, what is that? A FEMA camp? A FEMA re-education camp. Okay, so the protesters have apparently surrounded a FEMA re-education camp recently opened in Portland, or something to that effect. Oh, you say it's been there for a long time? All right. It's been there for a long time, apparently. That's good. Love me some water, man. Boy, do I love me some water. All right. So, again, we want to keep our eyes on this FEMA re-education camp that the people of Portland have surrounded. I believe is that the same place they surrounded last night? It looks like wherever it is there tonight, they have it much further, they have the protesters much further away from the building than they were last night. Let's see. Apparently there was no tear gas last night, according to the media, but the night before there was tear gas in Portland. Oh, I didn't see it, but I think I probably have it on video. Let's see. Oh, we got that one. That was a good video. Let's see. Building. Oh, there it is. Okay. Portland mayor. Yeah, okay, so I have a video about the protest last night in Portland. I will play that for you now as I warm up the bong for baby Z. Wait, it's two star Brandon, 2 Bronze Star Brandon. Hello? This bong hit is brought to you by 2 Bronze Star Brandon. Thanks so much, my brother. It's very, very kind of you. 2 Bronze Star Brandon. Having a guy with a name like that on your side, you can't go wrong, and makes you feel way more confident, let me tell you. So thanks so much to 2 Bronze Star Brandon. It's always good to hear from him, and it's very nice and very generous of you to give something back. If any of you would like to give something back, the super chat is now enabled. So you can easily, with one click, give something back to MOX News. Put a little pizza money in my bowl. Very nice of you. This bong hit, again, is for 2 Brandon, 2 Bronze Star Brandon. So, let me get it right. And so I'm going to heat up the bong. I want to play a video for you about what happened in Portland last night, just in case you guys didn't quite see it. At least this is what happened in Portland as explained by Fox News.
Portland's mayor is condemning the actions of rioters in his city, saying some of them were trying to commit murder and are being used as props for the Trump re-election campaign. Chief Correspondent Jonathan Hunt reports tonight from Los Angeles.
There have now been 70 consecutive nights of protests that began as a Black Lives Matter outcry over the killing of George Floyd, but have now, according to the mayor of Portland, completely lost sight of that cause.
When you commit arson with an accelerant in an attempt to burn down a building that is occupied by people that you have intentionally trapped inside, you are not demonstrating. You are attempting to commit murder.
And protesters again tried to set fires near the East Precinct of Portland's police department last night, as they had Wednesday. According to Portland police, the protesters also threw rocks, bottles, and other projectiles at officers. Thursday's protests had been promoted on social media by a group calling itself the Pacific Northwest Youth Liberation Front, with the slogan, quote, "No cops, no prisons, total abolition." Move now. There was less violence than the night before. Police did not declare a riot and did not deploy tear gas, as they had Wednesday. But Portland's mayor, a Democrat, has had enough and warned the protesters that they are simply helping President Trump's re-election effort.
You are creating the B-roll film that will be used in ads nationally to help Donald Trump during his campaign. You don't want to be part of that, then don't show up.
Mayor Wheeler had hoped that the violence might dissipate after federal agents, whose presence he had decried as causing some of the most intense clashes, were largely withdrawn from Portland streets last week. At this point, that seems to have been, at best, wishful thinking. Shannon?
Jonathan Hunt, thank you.
All right, Brennan, I got a good one for you, bro. This one is for, again, our buddy, 2 Bronze Star Brandon. I think maybe the colors are messed up. That's why I can't get the thing to sparkle for you tonight. I don't know. I think it has something to do with that. But let's see, where were we at? I think this thing about Portland, and again, what I saw in that video was I saw some protesters pulling fire away from the building. I don't know if you saw that, but it was pretty clear to me that they were trying to stop what it was that other people were trying to, the bullshit other people were trying to start. So I guess you can see things the way you want to see it, but that's what I saw. And and again, I saw the guys with the big post, and they're attacking the thing. You know, they're busting down the castle gates, right? But again, they kind of look like cops when they're doing that, right? Isn't that what cops do? Is they do no-knock raids and they bust in people's front door, and then when the people respond negatively, they kill them all. Breonna Taylor, right? Taylor. This is the America we live in. The people are, and I can tell you how to make this stop. Right after I do this bong hit for two Bronze Star Brandon. My man, 2 Bronze Star Brandon. Glad you're on our team, Brandon. I hope you know I mean that. All right, so nice one. What was it I said we were going to talk about right after the bong hit? Anybody keeping track with how many bong hits this is? What was it I was going to talk about? I was going to tell you something right after the bong hit. All right, Baby Zebas is next. What the heck was I going to tell you guys after the bong hit? What was I going to say? Okay, and also we will be giving away a t-shirt before the end of the evening because we have reached our $40 goal. It is Dabs for Donations Friday. We will be giving away the embroidered MOX News t-shirt. And Craig has links in the description box of this video, this live stream, if you're interested in MOX News merch of many different forms. So, lots of cool stuff Craig has all lined up and available to those people who are actually interested in that. Let's see. What was I going to say? What was I going to tell people after this video? Come on, tell me, what was I going to say? T-shirt. Oh, yeah. What was I going to say? Come on. Tell me what I was going to say. What the fuck was I talking about? Portland, right? Portland. Oh, let's see. Attacking Portland. Looks like the cops busting down doors. I was saying that. What was I going to say? What was I going to say? No, I'm going to give away a t-shirt. I'm going to give away a t-shirt before the evening. Before the end of the evening, I will give away the t-shirt. I will. What, you want to give away a t-shirt right now? They have to do, it's complicated. I got to change the phones and do all this da-da-da-da-da. Just tell me what it was I was going to say, and then I will give away the t-shirt. All right. Let's see. Baby Zebas is next. Is that right? Who's next? Baby Zebas? Let's see. Baby Zebas is next. Hey, I think that'll catch me up. Oh, and then Wilco. Baby Zebas and then Wilco. Okay. Baby Zebas. Coming up. Let's see. I really want to tell you guys what it was I was gonna say because I was fucking something I want to tell you. That's not what I was gonna say. Alright, anyways. Glad everyone's paying such close attention. Good thing there's not a test later. Alright. This one is for Baby Zebas. Baby Zebas. Well, at least the people look happy. Again, this is what I love the most, you know, is that the people again and again are getting attacked by police. They're getting locked up. They're getting pepper sprayed. They're getting flashbang grenades. And yet they go out night after night in bigger and bigger numbers to stare down a comply or die police state because it's not the world they want to live in. And they think we could probably do better if other people cared. You know? So I just love that there's just, I love the people in the street. I always have. Because they're the ones that are going to make the best. Wonky? Look what you're doing to me. Alright. Wonky's next. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What's happening? Wonky. Wonky, wonky. It's hot. It's hot. I gotta get a dab ready. For Baby Zebas. And then Wonky. Wonky. Right? Baby Zebas, then Wonky, right? You guys. Oh, Baby Zebas, then Woko, then Wonky. Okay, I'm working on it. Baby Zebas. We didn't do the Baby Zebas one already. How many of these things have I done so far? Gonna run out of dabs. Better hurry if you want to get your name. If you want me to take a dab for you, gonna run out of dabs. I'm down to about 4 left. I think I already owe 2 more. I might have 5 left. I'm not sure. Might be only 4. I don't know what I do for. And this is one of the things I keep telling you about doing dabs. Let me take this dab and then I'll tell you something in a minute. Boom, baby. Woo! Let's see, where we at? Let's see, we are at, that was for Baby Zebas. Well, cause next, then is Wonky, and then it's Pete. Holy shamoly. What is happening here? Okay, what was I going to tell you? Okay, I remember this time what I was going to tell you, which is that this is the thing about doing dabs, which I've told you in the past, which is that in the past, I gave up smoking the raw herb, and a lot of people ask me about why I don't smoke the raw herb, the green, the buds, the flowers. I press my flowers and pull the golden rosin from. I press my flowers into this little tiny, teeny weeny little patty. That was no, that wasn't the last one, but and I get this lovely golden ooze from pressing my flowers. And the reason that I do that is because if I was taking bong hits or pipe hits or joint hits of the raw herb, the green flower, after about 4 or 5 hits, and that's all day long, I start to have a little bit of breathing issues, and it's like I can't smoke anymore. But I can take dab after dab after dab after dab after dab, and I don't have that issue. Not that that's what I do, because I eat marijuana mostly, and you know, it's it's just a good way to go. So I don't actually think that much about smoking. Every once in a while I'm like, oh, I should have a puff. That sounds good, you know. But tonight we are in uncharted territory, baby. I don't know. Anybody keeping track? What number was that? Wilco, you're next. You're up, Wilco. Holy shmoly. And then it's Wonky. Is that Wonky again? And then it's Wonky. And then it's Pete. Our buddy from Rhode Island. My man, Drunk Pete. Kicked down. What number is that? Ah! Guys are going to run me out. Okay. I need a little water. Need a little water. Just a sec. I need a little water. Ooh, I love water. Ooh, that's good. All right. Let's see. Gotta stay hydrated. Gotta stay hydrated. I don't know how many times I have to tell you people. You're not eating enough marijuana. I'm just going to have to say it every damn show. You're not eating enough. I can't explain it more clearly than this.
Sometimes life can be a little overwhelming. Sometimes the weight of the world can be too much to bear. Sometimes you need to stop worrying and take a deep breath. Sometimes you need cannabis. Introducing Brightside, high-quality cannabis delivered right to your door. Brightside offers an extensive menu of strains and products to meet your needs. Choose the experience you want, and we'll send you the dankest herb, the real sticky icky, some top-shelf marijuana. If you like what we send you, keep the whole jar. We'll even include some nugs for you to blaze. As part of Discovery, you'll get to try new strains and products. Side effects may include euphoria, increased appetite, uncontrollable giggles, elevated sensitivity to musical dopeness, and reduced anxiety. Tetrahydrocannabinol may also induce feelings of existential well-being and relentless optimism. With a Brightside subscription, you can get it once a month, once a week, or whenever you want, all at a price you'll like. And yes, this is a real company.
Do you know who I am?
You're the wizard.
Ask your doctor if cannabis is right for you. It probably is. Keep it Brightside.
I mean, I can explain a little more clearly than that, you know, go into the whole endocannabinoid system and all that. But I think that, let's see, what do we got here? Almost. I think that just shows it so clearly. You know, you have this like stressed out person people, you know, from the lady at the soccer game to worrying about whatever, your children, you know, what's happening in the world, whatever fantasy, fear thing that people have going on, the COVID-19, you know, they worry about children. And they have the little aches and pains and such, you know. And you go from, you know, that being the focus of your day to something that makes you smile. Something that makes you feel like dancing. Because you actually have that option. And cannabis really helps you see that option much more clearly. Here we go. Wow! Woo! Which one was that? What number was that? Anybody keeping track of this? That one was for Wolko. Wolko! Thank you very much, sir. Very nice of you. Better not be giving Portland Andy more than that. Fucking douchebag. I hate that motherfucker. He's such a slime ball. All right, let's see. Okay, we got another one coming up. Who's next? Wonky, is that you again? It's Wonky's turn again, is that right? Wonky, then Pete. We are running out of dabs, ladies and gentlemen. You are running me out of dabs here. Oh, man. What do we got here? We got this. We got that. I think that's 2 left. And we got this one. So let's see. We got one. We got Pete. Arr. Thank you very much, Wolko. You're the man, bro. I can't stand that fuck. He's just such a douchebag. You know, the way he talks about the people. You know, the people that he profits off of nightly. So, let's see. Is that police? Is that a police line? Are people standing on a police line right there in Seattle? Is that a police line? Did I see a police line in Seattle? What's happening here? Okay, so we got, okay, it looks like people across the street from the police station. Where is that? In Portland. Which a whole lot of shit went down there last night. I showed you the video. Hey, MC, thanks bunch, bro. I'll get to you in a minute. And that last one was for Wolko. He is, yeah. I didn't say about agreeing anything with anybody. What I said is that guy is fucking douchebag who talks shit about Americans. I don't like it. All right, where are we at here now? Where are we at? Okay, so we got to catch up, man. We got some catch up to play here. Let's see where we at. Let's see. Last one was for Wook. We got one for Wonky and one for Pete coming up, and we owe marijuana community, my people, in the marijuana community. Kick down $1. Woo! We are gonna get there soon. The promised land of Super Chat. Working it. Thanks to Craig, our man, our producer, our never surrender, never say die. Gonna make it happen or keep trying till the day I die. Craig. Fucking Craig. He's fucking Craig. In case you don't know. Let's see. All right. So where are we at now? Who said what now? I didn't do it. Okay. Wonky, your turn, bud. I'm working on it. I better play a video. I need to take a quick break. What does that say? I better take a quick break. Hold on. Just a minute. Let's see. Oh, and the Seattle police today made a video about how they feel about cuts to, defunding the police. So I thought you guys might want to see that. If you hadn't seen that already, I will play it for you now. I'll be right back, and we'll take a puff for Wonky.
In the meantime, we know that the new Seattle Police Department website includes a new video called Bridging the Gap. Take a look.
Millions have spoken and told us that policing must change. We've been listening, and we will not ignore them.
So this video runs about 4.5 minutes long. It features members of the department addressing systemic issues that have surfaced since the death of George Floyd. In it, officers say they'll focus on improving use of force and responding to people in crisis and to demonstrations. They promise that every event in the past few weeks will be excessively reviewed. And then the video wraps up with a message from Chief Carmen Best.
This has never been an easy conversation, but I promise you, we are committed to listening, learning, and changing. We will enact the change that our community and our country and our world deserve moving forward together.
Well, here's a look at some of the responses so far on social media. People have been reacting, saying, well done, SPD, and thanks for listening. Others remain skeptical. One person said, it would be heartwarming to know that more than a handful of you felt this way, but this is a great start if you apply it on the streets in real life. Jake?
Well, Seattle City Council, Michelle, is expected now to vote on that plan to cut police funding on Monday. But the Seattle Police Department says the cuts will undo years of work to recruit diverse officers. The SPD launched this new website that is meant to put a human face on the department and explains how officers do their jobs and rules they must follow when using force. SPD says cuts to the police department budget will impact younger officers of color that the department badly needs right now.
Cries of frustration that we're seeing across the nation, yes, is real. But on the same token, people got to know that we're also reaching out, trying to do everything we can in this department to rectify some of the issues that we've been facing.
City council members disagree with the mayor and police chief's interpretation of city law, which requires SPD to cut the newest hires first. They say the mayor can make a request to a city commission that deals with officer hiring and firing and ask if SPD can go out of order with layoffs to hold on to those younger officers. A city ordinance banning Seattle police from using crowd control tactics like tear gas will now go into effect on September 18th. A federal court order stopped the ban from taking effect 2 weeks ago. This is so Seattle city officials and the U.S. Department of Justice can look harder at how the ordinance would impact the 2012 consent decree. In Tacoma, all of the police officers will be required to wear body cameras by January. The city faced some delays in rolling out the cameras because of changes to state records retention rules. The department will begin a phased rollout of the body cameras through the end of the year. Michelle.
All right, so Wonky says it was a 2-for-1 special, and I want to thank Juan, because it's on his behalf from Juan. nice guy. He said not to cripple myself, and it's not a matter of crippling myself. I'll be happy to cripple myself in the next few minutes for all of you to see, for just a few pennies in my bowl. Or else we could, but regardless, I probably should move on to the next one. Since Wonky said it's okay. Because I'm running out of dabs and I want to make sure I can get to as many as possible. Let's see. And Baby Zeba's just hit us up again. So, and Wilco hit us up again. And I haven't got to Pete yet. And I haven't got to Marijuana Community yet. So we got to get those guys. So we're going to keep an eye on... I could always go press some more weed. Or I have a joint here, but that won't... I'll only be able to take a few puffs off of that. I will get on that in a minute. And... Baby Zebas, you're just fucking with me now. You guys. We'll have to see how many we have left. But I'll see. I think we got 2 here. I think we can pull 2 out of this one. I think so. It looks like there's 2. I know there's at least 3 in total left. But this looks pretty good right here. This looks pretty promising. Oh yeah, hold on. Yeah, we got another one left here. Okay, good. All right. Little more. Here we go. All right, gonna make it a good one. Gonna get your dollar's worth. Wolko. Who's next? Wait, who's next? Pete. Gotta make sure Pete gets his money's worth. All right, I'm working on it. Hold on, I'm working on it. Hold on, just a sec. Hold on. I'm almost ready. Okay, so again, we are doing the DABS for donations Friday, which we have done numerous times in the past. And we are giving away a t-shirt tonight. We'll be giving away a t-shirt at the end of the evening because we have reached our $40 goal, which is very nice of you guys. And it's super cool to see the super chat button actually in use and working on the very first night that Craig did 57 backflips in order to get working. So bam, thanks very much to you guys who let us know that it's working. Thanks very much to Craig for making that happen. Because I could never do 57 backflips, let alone through hoops. So, that being said, where are we at here now? Who's next? Pete. Pete is next. Pete, got one coming up for you right now. As we keep an eye on Seattle and Portland, and I believe that's what we got right now, Seattle and Portland here. That's probably where the majority of the action is. And Donald Trump was speaking about Portland earlier in the evening, just a couple hours before airtime, and I have a clip from that. And if you guys want to see that, I can play that for you in just a minute. We'll keep an eye on what's going on here for a second, and then I have a clip of Donald Trump from earlier this evening, right before we came on, like at 5 p.m. Pacific time, while Tucker was on the air. He was playing, it's from the Tucker show. He was talking about Portland, and I think it's very strange, again, that he would bring this up, considering that he said he would send the federal troops in there and that it would all be done in a matter of hours. Those are what he said. And he sent the troops in, and it's only gotten worse. Okay, and now, he's acting like, I don't know what he's acting like. Somehow it's the fault of the leadership in Portland, which I'm telling you, I believe this is what I wanted to say. before when I was saying that I wanted to say something. I'll tell you after the bong hit. Is that the problem in Portland is that no one's listening. Okay, the problem is the people who are the leadership are refusing to admit that there's a problem, that this has been a generational problem, that the police are over-policing an otherwise, law-abiding, citizenry. They're good people. They work hard. American people work hard. And they shouldn't be over policed on top of having to work hard, and they are, and we all know they are, and if they would just acknowledge that the police, that the politicians, that they've wronged us. This is the problem with the chief of police in Seattle and the mayor in Seattle. They just refuse to admit that for years they have been a big part of the problem. And if they would admit that, then we could take a baby step forward. But we can't do anything if there's no problem to fix. Now, can we? And they're not admitting that there's a problem. They're just saying, oh, well, let us help fix the problem. No, you've been part of the problem all along. Now listen to what the people are saying and admit that there's a problem so that we can move forward to fix it. Because if you don't admit there's a problem, then there's nothing to fix, is there? And that's what's happening, and I don't know if Donald Trump thinks he fixed the problem in Portland or what, but, he said he was going to take care of it in hours, and we've seen nothing but war in the streets in Portland, chemical weapons flooding the streets of Portland. Here we go. For Pete. Hello, caller.
How's it going?
Pretty good. How about you?
Hey, long time no call. I usually used to call on a daily basis, but now that I'm kind of busy right now, so just gonna say hi to you though, and check out with you though. Have you seen what's going on with Portland all this time?
About what now? You mean what's on the screen right now? You mean what's on the screen right now?
Yeah, no, I mean top of that. You need to go on Twitter and you need to follow this guy called Andy No. He's like an Asian guy, like a Vietnamese guy. He got this newspaper called the Post Millennial, and he's based in Portland. So he's actually following and pretty much posting everything that Antifa does in Portland over there, like the Road City Antifa and stuff. It's getting crazy out there, dude. Like they were trying to burn the East Prison a few days ago, and they actually went into a house of a woman to harass her though, just because she was wearing a Nazi armband. And like they literally tried to get into her house and beat the crap out of her. And then yesterday, some crazy lady in front of a building, she started yelling like at the Antifa kids that were there in Portland, and she poured herself something like a liquid on herself though. Like, both sets are legit crazy over in Portland. And then they were trying to flash one of those green lasers, like the potent laser, the one that blasts you into people. that oppose to them, though. Like these people are legit terrorists, though. They're trying to terrorize people. They're trying to make them...
Hey, look, Manny, look. I'm not going to let you call these people terrorists, man. Okay? Terrorists fucking blow shit up. Okay? Terrorists fucking cause mass shootings. Okay? That's not what these people are doing. Okay? They may be attacking government institutions, but only the government calls those people terrorists, and the brainwashed people who stand with the fucking police state government. Okay, these are proud Americans. This is the spirit that America was born from. Okay, a giant protest in which we said we're not going to take your shit no more. Okay, and if you don't understand that, that's fine, but that's the facts, Jack. And you should respect that a little more.
I don't like those people. I don't like those people.
Yeah, we get that, Manny. See, and this is the part of the program that you don't understand, is that you're supposed to find people that you don't like and focus on them and express, do your venting on those people. Okay? These are Americans. I don't know what else you want to think. I love seeing Americans in the street. Anywhere in the world, I love seeing the protesters in the street. And why? Because it means that they're standing up against a corrupt government and against injustice. And that's what it pretty much always means if you look at the big protests around the world. So, I'm really glad to see this. And anyone who wants to somehow shut this down or take away the people's freedom of these proud, brave Americans, you stand in the way of a better future. And I think you should make a better choice than that, Manny. No offense.
Hold on. So you're saying that they were protesting against the government?
Of course.
They were protesting for Black Lives, though. What happened?
Manny, look, you're just using that as this cover. You know that they're protesting a police state government. We've talked about this again and again and again. You know that. Okay? And I just explained it. They're protesting an out-of-control, over-intrusive police state government that makes otherwise law-abiding citizens into criminals and will ruin their lives for no reason except for they're doing something that 1,000 generations before them did. And all of a sudden, in the last 50 years, it's illegal, punishable by ending your life in any kind of really, potential way.
They shouldn't commit crimes, man. They don't want to be arrested. They shouldn't commit crimes. I mean, and this is something that I was actually thinking seriously, though. Like, I think one of the biggest concerns and the biggest issues that a lot of people have is that they're not trained how to deal with people. It's poor people. Poor people don't have the knowledge and the tools and quite frankly, even some sort of common sense of how to deal with police. When you deal with police, you shut up, you sit down, you obey.
Hey, look at, man, you know what? The police have to act accordingly. They have to act with people to respect. If they want people to act with respect to them. And you have to understand the problem, man. Okay, you want to talk with Michael from Southern California, Manny?
Sure.
Sure? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on, okay? Okay, Manny's on hold. Hello?
Hello, Manuel.
No. Just hold on. Okay, hold on. Hey, Manny, are you there? Manny, are you there? We can't hear you, Manny. Manny?
Manuel.
He's supposed to have joined.
I'm talking to you, Manuel.
I can't hear him. It says he's joined, but I can't hear him. It says conferencing, and it says his number's there, and it says check mark. But I can't hear I can't hear anything that you're saying, Manny. Sorry, bro.
Uh-oh.
What's up, Michael?
Oh, I just wanted to remind him that in Mexico, you know, they about 3 years ago, they disappeared about 50 students in a bus. They just kind of disappeared, and then there was a whole bunch of protests in Mexico, and all the mothers and fathers and relatives of all the students that disappeared from this special school that the government didn't like, they protested, and I was wondering if Manny would consider those people to be terrorists because they're protesting against the government. And of course, they found the kids in a place where you throw trash. They found all their bodies and bones. They'd all been murdered and chopped up and burned. And you know, all over the world, people protest about injustices, big injustices, small injustices. And for him to call, you know, these people in the streets terrorists is really hypocritical because it goes on in Mexico. Huge atrocities. In Mexico, they're afraid to stand up to the police and the government because they could get disappeared, you know, especially if you're a reporter. So I was wondering what he thought about that. How come the American protesters are terrorists, but the Mexican protesters are okay? You know, I mean, it seems to be a little bit of a double standard going on there. You know, all over the world, people stand up and they protest and they wave signs and they get together in crowds and they got issues that they're talking about, you know. And if he thinks these people, because they're dancing or whatever else he doesn't like, they got no issues.
They're attacking police stations. Look, this is what people hate about the protesters, is that they're standing up against the powers that be. It's what they always hate about the protesters. They don't really know why. It just makes them afraid that they're somehow going to stand up against the fucking status quo power that be. And that's very threatening to people who, you know, don't want to change a whole lot of things, who are afraid the way things might change. They're coming to take our guns. They're coming to take all of our money and all of our property rights and blah, 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 blah. They're communist and terrorist and fucking all the bullshit that they said that they're fucking grandma, to scare grandma. You know, the terrorists, we gotta go fight them over there so we don't have to fight them over here. How's that working out for you so far, Trumpy?
Yeah.
Fuck.
Well,
how about the rest of you Americans? Is that working out good for you? We have to fight them over there so we don't have to fight them over here? Because again, as I said earlier, blowback is a real thing. And one of these days, because of what's happened over there, we will have to fight them over here. And it's very sad.
All I see is people with megaphones and microphones, and they got to be saying something. So, and one of the ways the American media discredits Occupy Wall Street or this current round of protests or any protests you could think of is they say, well, we don't know what they want. They haven't stated their platform or their issues, and that's the biggest lie of all because there's never been a protest in American history where the protesters fail to state what they want. They always state what they want. But the smear campaign and the discrediting of the protesters on the media is like, well, we don't know what they want. They haven't put forward any demands. And it's, you know, it's such a juvenile.
No, they say really stupid things like, it's been months since George Floyd died. You know, how can this all be about this one man? It's stupid, man. And then they fucking focus on the violence and they focus on anything where, you know, the protesters are like in the cops' face and all the cocksuckers just bow down to the police, man. It's like the police are the ones that keep our communities safe. Really? Well, how safe is your community?
Disrespecting the authorities. It's like, listen, the police don't own the street. They literally don't own the street.
Who's streets? Yeah, I hear you.
And so, you know, this is an age-old. This is not some new thing. It's 250 years old in America. You know, the redcoats used to break up public demonstrations and call them illegal. You know, and it's still going on 250 years later. So I don't know what part of that equation Manuel doesn't seem to understand. I think he's bought into the fact that somebody is above him, right? I don't accept that premise. There's nobody above me. The president isn't above me. The Pope is not above me. The senators and the police are not above me. If Manuel wants to wrongly put himself in some lower part of some imaginary hierarchy, that's his fucking psychological problem. That's not my problem. I can go look the Pope in the eyes and talk to him about theology or God. It'd be the absolute wrong guy to talk to about God. Or the president about politics, or Julia Brownlee, my local fucking congresswoman, or the mayor of my town. I'm always mocking the mayor of my town. I call her a nitwit. You know, it's like there is, and if I have to talk to a cop, the cop doesn't have any hierarchy over me. I look the cop in the eyes, and because of his gun, I'll say, well, sir, respectfully, you're a fucking moron. You know, I won't yell at him, but there is no hierarchy unless it exists in your mind, period. So Manuel's got to get up to a level where human beings are all on the same plane, that you got no masters, no slaves. So why do the police have hierarchy over the protesters? They're allowed to beat, tear gas, smoke bomb, and shoot and kill protesters in streets that the protesters own. The streets and the government is supposed to be owned by the people. And guess what? Those are people. They're not nut jobs for the most part. They got issues that are clearly stated, and apparently Manuel is against freedom, even though he came to our country for the sake of freedom, for the sake of prosperity, for the sake of economic increasing his money supply. So why he doesn't understand the system? It's like, you know, he thinks we're all Pancho Villa. You know, well, Pancho Villa fought for something. You know, Pancho Villa did the same thing. He fought the rich, the landowners. You know, and so there's always this class struggle going on, no matter what country you're talking about on planet Earth. It's a class struggle. It's the people with stuff are trying to subjugate the people that don't have very much stuff. It's pretty fucking simple. So these are peaceful protests. You think that girl in Seattle with the yellow checkered dress kneeling down, think she's saying nothing? I think she's saying something. I don't know what it is because I can't hear her, but apparently
I can tell you, it's fuck the police. Go ahead.
Yeah, stuff like that. You know, the cry from humanity throughout all of these centuries is identical, no matter what language or what geographic location or what time period. It's always, we want to be free. We want our rights. And that's the cry from every rebel, every protester, every artist, every citizen is always the same thing. We want to be free. We want our rights. Stop killing us. That's the basic premise. And they get really specific. Like, there's crimes going on here. That's when you get really specific and you list the crimes. So if Manuel is against that, he should go back to fucking Tungarero or Mavertio, wherever the fuck he's from, because this is America, and this is how people change the system, including Mexico. That's how people change the system in Mexico also. So fuck the Pope, Manuel. I hope you're listening. El Papa is a fucking potato, and he doesn't know anything about God. So if you want to go to church, that's your fucking business, buddy. And I'm not a radical, and I'm not a terrorist. I'm a humanitarian. I'm for human beings. And there's nobody on planet Earth that's better than anybody else. And so people have the right in this country to protest and to list their grievances. It's guaranteed in the Constitution. You have the right to address your government for grievances. And the grievances of these particular gatherings in Portland and Seattle and other places is involving too much police violence executed upon the citizenry. It's really simple. It's not, don't divide people, Manuel, into us and them. It's not like you're the good citizen because you go to work every day and these people are the radicals. Look at those beautiful girls, man. They're just putting on some art show. You know, they're not radicals. They're beautiful, intelligent human beings, and this is the way we do things. So there's no terrorists here, dude. I don't see anybody burning anything or blowing anything up. I see two girls in identical outfits trying to do some dance show. Not bad looking either. So, yeah, man, I hope Manuel gets it, because he seems to be stuck on the terrorist, radical dialogue, and it doesn't even make sense, you know.
Well, it doesn't make sense other than the programming thing, other than the fear. I mean, if you look at again throughout history, when at least my time, you know, during protest, the masses always seem to look at the protest with fear, always seem to look at the protesters with anger, and you know, and now the venom just seems to be just as much. I mean, you know, it was. I mean, when we were protesting the Iraq War, it was, you know, those people are terrorists. You know, not terrorists, they're terrorist sympathizers, they're anti-patriotic, you know,
Right.
very much the same thing like they did to fucking, you know, Muhammad Ali or what's the football player?
Any, you name them, 100 names you can name, you know.
Yeah,
James Baldwin.
what's the
Even
most recent?
Miles Davis got beat up during the fucking Vietnam protest.
Yeah, so this is what I'm saying, is they always have vilified the protesters as if they're some kind of the low lives of the community, and this is why I always say you have to stand with the people in the street, is because, you know, all they are is Americans in this proud American tradition, and humans in this proud human tradition, where they're like trying to stand up against injustice. And if we could just get beyond the stupid programmed divide, then we could actually come together and have all the power and stop the injustice pretty much immediately. But we don't do that because we buy into the bullshit divide programming, you know, the fear. I don't know why people are so threatened by this. The only thing I can understand is that they're standing up against authority, and also that they're, you know, that they don't seem to be frightened by the guns. You know, the guns are like, you know, whatever. You know what I mean? It's like they don't care. Woo, Michelle, go get him, baby girl.
Yeah, man.
It's like it's
new suit for Mike today, man. You go to a thrift store, get some new shoes, baby.
Yeah, I don't buy shoes at the thrift store, but I have shoes on the list of things that I need to get, but I need to get other things at the thrift store for sure.
Yeah, well, you know, I just wear boots, man.
Yeah, and I have a pair of combat boots out in the garage.
What size you wear, Mike?
I don't send me no boots.
Okay. Oh, that's right. You don't wear. Because I tried to give my son some size 11 or 12s, and he said they were a little tight in the toe, because he's got big wide toes.
Must be a big kid, huh?
Yeah, he's about your size.
Man.
So I imagine you wear about 12s or 11s or something like that. You know, I wear 10s, so it's like they would be clown shoes for me.
Yeah.
They're excellent combat boots. So all black leather, straight from Vietnam. But I mean, there's no. I really want Manuel to up his consciousness level a little bit and realize that people are very diverse. I mean, Manuel has taken his hard-earned money and he's gone to he's bought $25 tickets and he's gone to a concert of Los Lobos or some Mexican band, and the life of those people that started whatever band he loves. That was a life of struggle, and they said, I'm not going to conform, I'm going to do this for a living. And so to criticize the protesters is very similar to criticizing that band you love, because that's individuality. It's the rise of individuality causes people to become professional musicians.
That's another reason why people are made so uncomfortable, because they can't stand, they're conformist, and they can't stand people that aren't, that stand up against whatever the powers that be, because they're conformist and their whole thing is not getting noticed by the powers that be. I'm gonna blend in and be
right. Yeah, I mean, I'm so myself. I just don't give a fuck, so I don't spend a lot of time on my image, and therefore I don't blend in. If I spent, I don't know, more, I don't know how many hours a day people spend fucking fixing up the way they look, but probably an hour or two a day, but not me. I spent zero time. I put some raggedy old clothes on and I walk out the door. I don't spend any time on my appearance, so don't even comb my hair. I use my fingers.
All I know is I gotta get the dogs a poop, so I gotta go.
Okay,
No. I'm talking about in the morning when I get out of bed. I'm like, okay, the girl dog won't poop in the backyard, so I gotta get the dog. What's
up with that? What's up with that?
Well,
why won't she poop in the backyard?
I don't know. She doesn't want to poop in the backyard.
Maybe she just gotta run first.
Maybe that's it. Maybe she needs to sniff and walk around. Sniffing seems to help a lot.
Huh. Yeah, well, it's been a while since I had a dog, so I forgot about that part of it. Like, I guess first thing in the morning, you gotta take the fucking dogs out for a poop, yeah.
Well, I hate the idea of them sitting on a poop for too long. You know what I mean? It's just not, it's not a happy thing.
Yeah. Well, you got two good dogs. They're big dogs, and they're groovy dogs. And, I don't spend any time on my public image at all. So a lot of people are really concerned with the way they appear in society, and they don't want to stand out, like you say. They don't want to, they want to conform to what they think is normal. Except that there's this psychological condition, especially in America.
I have two reactions when I look in the mirror. One is I start laughing out loud. And the other one is, God, you are a sexy motherfucker.
I don't even look in the mirror, dude.
Yeah.
Well, I really don't.
Yeah. Well, you're not going on camera every day and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. Well, your makeup.
I don't spend a lot of time looking in the mirror. I don't like the idea of it. It seems like a very weird time to spend more than a few minutes. You know what I mean? Just a very, very strange thing, and a lot of people really like to spend time in the mirror. But I'm a tripper. That's not their thing.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Each to their own, but. The point is, America will raise these people up, like, let's say, Michael Jackson. Somehow Michael Jackson becomes the biggest star in the world, and then they tear him down. And he does the same thing with everybody, raise up Mother Teresa, and then all of a sudden she's selling babies on the internet and tear her down. Raise up Donald Trump and then tear him down.
Fucking South Park did an episode about that. I'm not sure what the episode is titled, but they showed how they take these stars and they build them up and they put them in the spot like they're the hottest thing on Earth, and then they literally sacrificed them. It was a whole Children of the Corn thing where like all of a sudden everybody's you're like the greatest person ever, and then all of a sudden everybody's against you.
Right.
And South Park did a really good episode about that. I can't remember what it is. Again, these guys, I wish that they were making some kind of fucking video right now, because I'd really love to have their input.
Well, it's a mob mentality. You see it in politics. You see it in every goddamn chat room or comment board in America. It's like it's a mob mentality that you go after the guy that stands out, go after the guy that's getting too much attention, go after the guy that does what you can't do, because that's what they hate. They hate, they'll worship the hero for a little while, and then they'll try to find some flaw. Oh, he had a zit on that video or whatever, and tear him down. He wears one glove. There's something wrong with him, So, the people who are the most critical of other people are also most critical of themselves. This is a fact of psychology and everything else. And so, I really don't want to criticize Manuel, because I understand that he's a straight guy from Mexico, and a brave guy who came from difficult situations and worked really hard. And Mexicans have an excellent work ethic, and they're really nice guys, and I love them. But they're not the most brilliant political thinkers on planet Earth. They're mostly conformists. And Filipinos are kind of the same way. It's like, we can't go against the government. The very thing that makes Filipinos love Americans, I get called a cowboy. You guys are cowboys. We love you. You treat women so well. You're so respectful. The very thing that makes us attractive worldwide, the American entrepreneurial spirit and American ingenuity and American cowboyism and the maverick, that's the thing that they can't do. It's like, stand up for your own country, Filipinos. Change your own fucking country, Mexico. I know you got fucking cartels that are into your government and in your cities, and they'll kill your children. But, that's the only way the world ever changes, is if people stand up. And guess what? Just like everybody can't dance, not everyone's a good dancer. I hate watching most of the dancers on your live stream. They're a bunch of ding-dongs, don't know how to dance. It's like, where's your fucking rhythm? So, but they're dancing, they're doing something. So, we all got something to contribute. But sitting on the sidelines criticizing isn't the way you change the world. Isn't the way you make the world a better place. You make the world a better place by going out and putting your 2 cents into a protest, or saying, I agree with that principle. Defunding the police is great. Getting rid of the TSA or Homeland Security, that's a great idea. Not letting cops work 80 hours a week, that's a great idea. There's lots of ideas going on. It's not just dancing and showing off at these protests. These people are really out there for a reason, and I won't comment on their intelligence level. I won't put them down, but they're doing something. And for God's sake, the whole planet's locked down, so people better stand up. Otherwise, you're going to have the cops coming with somebody in a white coat to your house, injecting you with a vaccine very soon. So wake up, stand up, get up, rise up. Up, not down, down, down. Up,
and this is part of the reason that you want to have the ability to stand up and see people. This is why you want to see people in the street as a beautiful thing. Because when they do say, all right, this is it. This is the lockdown. If you're standing with the people, if you have the balls to stand up against the government, which these people obviously do, then you can go into the street and you can say, as they did in Seattle, night after night, when they said, we have an 8 o'clock curfew. And the people went, you know what? Fuck you and fuck your fucking curfew. And get the fuck out of our way. Night after night after night, when they're getting tear gassed and pepper sprayed and flashbang grenades and rubber bullets, I don't know how you can't believe that's not a beautiful thing. Okay? These people are you know, they're doing everything, you know, that is what America, again, this is what the foundation of America came from, is people rising up and saying, we're not going to take this shit anymore. And for you somehow to be threatened by that, you know, would have been like being threatened, you know, like being a red coat sympathizer. So
yeah, it's like a mouse being envious of a lion. That's what it is.
It's more like a red coat sympathizer, because these people are standing up against an oppressive, over-intrusive government, over-intrusive police state government. And again, I missed the comply or die part again. Again, they are standing up against that. Just like, you know, again, the founding fathers, the spirit from which this country was founded. You know, throwing off an over-intrusive police state government saying, no more. We don't need this shit. Go away. Just like they did in Portland to the DHS Gestapo stormtroopers.
Yeah, what you got is concerned, brave citizens trying to change their world for the better. So if you can't contribute to that, at least get the fuck out of the way. You know, we don't need to fight two enemies. We don't need to fight the government and the crazy people at the same time. You know, we're not crazy. We just want a better world. We have lots of issues, and we're capable of telling you what those issues are. So if you got a legitimate argument against, you know, protesters, I don't think it's not going to fly. It's not communism. There's no fires. They're not blowing buildings up. They're not terrorists. There is no legitimate argument against people who are fighting the police state, people who want civil rights. You know, what? You know, back in the civil rights era, the people standing up for black people, you're a nigger lover. You know, you can make up all kinds of weird names for people who are trying to make the world a better place, but they're all essentially lies, okay? You're just disparaging correct and spiritually correct people. That's all you're doing. So, you know, lead, follow, or get the fuck out of the way. That's the whole thing. You got a headache, Mike? Did I give you a headache because I said the N-word? I'm looking at you on the fucking screen. But you still there?
Yes.
Okay. But that's the way it's been. It's like no matter how righteous you are, somebody's always going to attack you. And we don't want to fight the government and our own brothers and sisters at the same time. But we have to, apparently, because society is very much divided right now. So I'm on the side of everybody, you know, gay people, civil rights people, anybody who wants to make the world a better place. But I'm not on the side of the people that are trying to squish the population. I'm not on the side of the government. So, I mean, I'm a stand-up guy. That's what it means to be a stand-up guy. You stand up and you get counted as one of the ones fighting for freedom. So it's a pretty simple argument. I don't see any correct argument in opposition to that. You know, there's no burning, there's no looting anymore. You don't see any crazy people. Nobody's killing cops.
Last night, the news is reporting. Last night they barricaded cops in the police station and tried to set it on fire, just so that you're up to date.
What city?
Portland.
No shit.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, well, I missed that one.
The mayor of Portland's calling them potential murderers. He said, I played the clip just a few minutes ago. He said, if you have people barricaded in a building and you try to set it on fire, you're not protesters, you're murderers. So I just want to make sure you know what it is that you're talking about.
Okay, well, I didn't know that. I just kind of tuned in, man. I had three nice burritos, and I watched a beautiful movie called Master and Commander.
Cool.
So, and then I tuned in and I heard Manny talking, and it's
Well,
like
Manny's
man.
threatened by his own shadow, and these people who call up and are like, "Oh, everything's gonna turn to shit." Again, this is all I've heard since September 11th. You know, the dollar's gonna collapse, and we're all gonna be fucked. And you know, look, we're still here 20 years later, and if every fucking minute of every fucking day since then, that's all I thought about, I would be a complete and utter nervous wreck. Okay, and it's just not the standpoint that we want to move from, and it's not where these people are at. Okay, they're not moving from a standpoint of fear, and anybody who thinks they are isn't paying attention to the fact that they're standing up against a heavily armed comply or die police state night after night, which fucking brutalizes them again and again, as if they don't have the right to stand up against that comply or die police state. So, anyways, like I was saying earlier, they were showing people with like a ramrod thing where they were trying to bust in the door of the police station last night. And I was saying, this looks like exactly what the police do at people's homes, you know?
Well, I'm not in favor of that. I'm not the
Yeah,
kind of guy
I know. Look, I got to take a bong hit. So,
all right.
I hope you have a nice weekend. It's good to hear from you, and I'll talk to you soon, okay? Thanks for calling.
Okay, take care.
What is that?
Everybody in chat is like...
Okay, that's fine. Okay, Craig's gonna set up the phone here so that we can do the giveaway. Do the giveaway. Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna get this. I'm gonna play this video clip again about what happened last night in Portland, so that everybody knows what happened last night in Portland. Here, let me get out that way.
Yeah, you're good.
Clip number 6.
It's Christmas in heaven.
Portland's mayor is condemning the actions of rioters in his city, saying some of them were trying to commit murder and are being used as props for the Trump re-election campaign. Chief correspondent Jonathan Hunt reports tonight from Los Angeles.
There have now been 70 consecutive nights of protests that began as a Black Lives Matter outcry over the killing of George Floyd, but have now, according to the mayor of Portland, completely lost sight of that cause.
When you commit arson with an accelerant in an attempt to burn down a building that is occupied by people that you have intentionally trapped inside, you are not demonstrating. You are attempting to commit murder.
And protesters again tried to set fires near the East Precinct of Portland's police department last night, as they had Wednesday. According to Portland police, the protesters also threw rocks, bottles, and other projectiles at officers. Thursday's protests had been promoted on social media by a group calling itself the Pacific Northwest Youth Liberation Front, with the slogan, quote, "No cops, no prisons, total abolition." There was less violence than the night before. Police did not declare a riot and did not deploy tear gas, as they had Wednesday. But Portland's mayor, a Democrat, has had enough and warned the protesters that they are simply helping President Trump's re-election effort.
You are creating the B-roll film that will be used in ads nationally to help Donald Trump during his campaign.
Okay, it looks like I'm back, right? Yeah, it looks like I am. Can you see me? Can you see me? Can you see me? Can everybody see me? Okay, so I'm live. You're not live? Okay, we're live, right? We're going to give a t-shirt away. Guys, ready for a t-shirt giveaway? We're going to give a t-shirt away. We're live, right? What's it? Why is this? See the OBS? It has like a yellow, red, green. It went yellow, red, green. Like it was having a problem. Are we live? Okay. Oh, it's our computer? Oh, see it going yellow and green and red? You see that? What should we do? Okay, we'll go ahead and do the t-shirt giveaway. We are going to, I'm going to heat up the bong and take a bong hit from Michelle. And as soon as I get that done, we're going to, I hope MC, Marijuana Community, and Woolco doesn't mind, then I'm going to move Michelle to the front of the line. But I want to make sure we get a bong hit up from Michelle, and then we will do the t-shirt giveaway right after that. I'm not sure what's happening. Craig's working on the stream here for a minute to see what it says. Recording cannot be passed if the recording quality is set to same stream. Thank you, Michelle. That's very nice of you. Very generous. All right. So, I guess this super chat thing is working out pretty good. If we can make sure, and if we can just get whatever's going on with the OBS solid, I'm not sure what's happening there. Craig's trying to figure it out. I don't know. I don't know. Can you tell what kind of transmission we're getting, Craig? Is it any good? Can you hear me? Is it like people see me? Oh, Michelle said thanks, so she must be like... I'm going to do a bong hit for Michelle. So give me just a second and we'll switch back to the I'm gonna do a bong hit for Michelle, and then we'll do whatever it is we gotta do. We're gonna do the t-shirt giveaway momentarily. That's the idea. That's the idea. And again, if anybody wants to try out our new super chat button, it's right there. Is the thing still going red, yellow, red, yellow? It's still going green, a little bit yellow. Yep, there it went yellow, red. Boom. Hello, caller.
Hey, Mike, how you doing?
Hey, Michelle, it's good to hear from you. I'm going to do a bong hit for you right now. How does it, are you watching? Was the picture all messed up? Can you hear what I'm saying and stuff?
Yes, that's why I was just like, dude, you're high. You are on live. Everybody can hear you and see you. So, yes, you're good. Unless that was a stalling tactic. You've fucking been doing dabs left and right. Oh, my God. I'm so glad I caught on this. That super chat is pretty fucking awesome, too. I know you're smoking right now, so I'm just trying to shoot the breeze with your ass. But yeah, man, that super chat's cool. It took me a minute to get the numbers down, but yeah, I did it. So, hey, when you blow out the smoke, blow it towards your black shirt because your gray fucking beard is like camouflage to it.
Ooh, okay, I'll think about that.
You know, for real, man, because I'm just all like shit. Sometimes I can see it coming out.
Yeah, I know. It's really it can be very complicated. I used to do this a lot when I would make television shows, and it was always can be very complicated to actually get even like smoking the raw herb could be difficult to get a puff looking proper on TV. I think it has a lot to do with the lighting, and our lighting is a little bit simple in here. Works good. It's not totally, it's like very professional, but it's a little bit on that simple side.
Shit, you guys are doing fucking awesome, man. Oh my God. It's like I've been hearing you guys every now and then, but It's like I haven't really been able. I mean, I hear you, but I can't watch the fucking show. You know what I mean? So
well,
it's like what I've seen. It's like, man, you guys are doing great, and now you got that super chat. It's fucking awesome.
yeah, it's really. I mean, it's so awesome that Craig is here to make shit happen because he does. I mean, I'm telling you, he did like 57 backflips through hoops. You know, not just jump through hoops. He did backflips through them to make this shit happen. So, you know, if it wasn't for Craig, it wouldn't have happened for sure.
We did a great fucking job. It's like you might have to reconsider in the future. Is this still going to be dabs for donations? Because you're about to pass out.
Well, you know, I really want to give away the T-shirt. So hopefully we'll be able to get to that. Craig says that the stream is fucking up. So.
Oh. And how are you going to do that? The T-shirt, what kind of giveaway is it? Like,
And we're going to just go, 10th caller.
Okay. So like usual, that's cool.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So yeah, I was just cracking up, and that freaking damn landlord, man, he was driving me bonkers.
You know, it's so funny. He says, I don't want to criticize people. And he says, these people have no rhythm. I can dance so much better than them. You know what I mean? On the littlest, tiniest thing, you know? I don't want to criticize their intelligence, you know? Fuck. Why do you bring it up then?
God damn. And that's how it was, the whole fucking conversation. Like, you know, I don't want to talk bad about them. You just do, fool. Like, what the fuck? Oh my God. And I don't know if he knows, he's trying to school somebody about their own fucking heritage and where they came from. I'm like, damn, the ball's on that one. I tell you.
You know, I don't know. Whatever. I just, you know, I could handle Manny fine. I would have really liked to explain to what I wanted to explain to Manny, but you know, whatever.
Yeah, and then fucking landlord talking about the N-word and like, did you just get quiet because they used the N-word? Bitch, if you gotta fucking say it, then you know damn right that's what happened. Like, you fucking idiot. Like, if you don't have any more of a vocabulary, you know, and the words, that's what you gotta come up with. Like, what, to sound badass? Like, you sound fucking ignorant. That was stupid as fuck.
You know, I mean, it's not to make it sound offensive, I guess, but it just seemed unnecessary and gratuitous, and it doesn't need, you know, that's not what needs to be said right now. You know, we need to be bringing people together, and most people, that's just going to be some shock value shit, you know.
The landlord's only bringing together the rent. He don't give a fuck about anything else.
Yeah.
You know.
Everybody's got their own priorities, girl.
Yeah, but this fool is trying to tell somebody else about their own fucking country that we can't even fucking get it in control in our fucking country.
Well,
like
Manny is trying to tell us about our country too, you know.
Well, yeah, but you know what? When it comes to shit like that, you already know that it's people that see whatever they tell you on TV that that's supposed to be the truth. Are you supposed to take that serious? No. But don't fucking start going into his fucking heritage and everything else just because, okay, he doesn't have the same opinion. And that was his backup. That was his fight against Manny, was that, well, Mexico fucking sucks too, so fuck you. And that wasn't even the fucking point. The point is, he had an opinion, okay, you know, but you take that with a grain of salt. If you're going to fucking bash everybody in the world that doesn't agree with you, god damn, where are we at?
Well, Manny is not. He's calling the people protesters. That, in my opinion, is he's calling the protesters terrorists. In my opinion, that's unacceptable, and it's the programming, and I can't stand it regurgitated. Because it seems so easy. It seems like this shortcut. Oh, well, there's like this labeling thing that I keep talking about. People attach these labels as a shortcut. Once they have the label attached, then they go, oh, use one of those. I can't give this person any credibility, and since they have zero credibility, I can't listen to a word they say, and they don't even have to go through that process, that thought process that oh, he's one of those. It's just already that label has been attached. It's not worth listening to. Don't spend 1 second more. Move on. And that's why I hate this. Regurgitation of that kind of shit, because he's hearing that said by people like Sean Hannity and Donald Trump, and instead of Americans, they're Americans. Get over it. Go ahead, honey.
Right? Your favorite Tucker clips, that goddamn motherfucker. Oh my god, you're driving me crazy with that asshole.
Yeah, well,
no. Okay,
he hasn't been on the page for some time.
Well, he shouldn't have been at all, man. He's a stupid motherfucker.
No, he said he would say important things about war. He would have Tulsi Gabbard on his show. Other reasons. There's reasons why he's on the page. Okay? It's not because I want Tucker's opinion heard. It's because something important was just said, whether it be by him or one of his guests criticizing, war or talking about,
But isn't that regurgitating shit that you were just fucking talking about? You want to stop that shit, so why you want to play his shit when you already know it's fucked up?
It's not regurgitated shit when he's talking about war and how it's endless, and both sides in Washington D.C. want it endlessly. They want a war, and they talk about it's the same reason I would post videos of Ron Paul. I don't just put these labels on people and then go, okay, that guy's out, that guy's off the list, other than like Sean Hannity, but I try to keep the list open in case somebody says something that people need to hear. And then many times I'll take that bit and I'll clip it to the front. Like tonight, I have a clip from, I believe it's France Today. It might be the German news, but it's the Lebanese president talking about the explosion in Beirut may have been a missile. And I clip out that, it's a 4-minute clip or whatever, a 3-minute clip, and I take that little 10-second clip and I move it to the front to make sure, and then I put that in the title, and I make sure that people see that clip where the president of Lebanon today said that the explosion in Lebanon, in Beirut, may have been a missile, because he's talking about having an investigation and such.
Well, there was also already a military expert of explosions that said that orange ball of flame has to do with, military explosions. So that fits right in.
Yeah.
Even though everybody was acting like, oh no, it was just a little glitch, something happened and it exploded this
right.
And then you have military experts that are fucking, and they have no skin in the game. They just said, hey, what we've seen. And when you see that orange ball of explosion, it's a certain chemical that military, weapons, it exists in them.
And one of the things I'd also like to point out that I've noticed over the last 24 hours or so, as far as Beirut explosion goes, is that they've actually stopped showing the explosion, because they were showing the explosion over and over again, and you could see, the air breaking and stuff. And people were saying this is this type of an explosion or whatever, that type of an explosion, and they stopped showing the explosion now, and they're just showing the aftermath of what happened. And I think that it's very important to point that out, so that it's almost like that the explosion isn't part of the discussion anymore. We're just discussing now what needs to be done in Beirut or in Lebanon. Go ahead.
that's what they think, that, okay, if we don't show it in mainstream media, then nobody's going to see it. Well, thank you for the technology that we have. There's so many sources now that we can go back and find that video. So whether they want to shut it down and act all like, okay, everybody, look at the shiny bell. Focus over here. Focus over here. Shit, just because they think that that's going to stop us from fucking knowing what's going on over there, it's freaking stupid. Because there's plenty of ways to fucking figure that shit out. I mean, it's easy. But that's the way they fucking feel, that they already dumbed down Americans and everything else. And just like this fucking president that turned around and he's going to put a tariff on steel, on fucking, in Canada. What the hell are you doing? Why? Anytime he puts a tariff on another country that come in, for steel, we're the ones who are paying that shit.
Yeah, I agree.
Prices. And it's like, so now all of a sudden he's got another fucking thing to where, well, you know what, let's fuck up Canada. Like, what the fuck? I don't know what the hell. He has burned so many fucking bridges, man. The next president is going to have a handful. Even if it's him, good luck, man. You better buckle up. It's going to be a bumpy ride.
Whatever's going on with shit. Whatever's going on with Trump, I don't know. I lost my train of thought. I'm sorry, Michelle. Go ahead.
No, don't apologize, man. I love it when you're real.
I got distracted. I saw something in the background and I got distracted. I wasn't sure what I was seeing. Like, what is that? What is that?
Did you see a shiny bell?
Something like that. I thought it was a shiny bell, but it doesn't look like it was.
I love it, man. I love the side of you, Mike. Just fucking calm, cool, relax, and just go with the flow. When you fucking fall off that flow, get back on there and get up another one. Fuck it.
Man, yeah, I've got to load another bong hit. I still owe people bong hits, man.
Dude, I think we're so fucking behind.
I'm behind. I think I owe fucking Wilco and let's see. No, wait a minute. Who do I owe bong hits or to? I moved you to the front. Oh, Playground is Sound, and I'm not sure, but I moved you to the front of the list. So I think I owe Marijuana, Community, and Wilco, and Baby Zebas. I'm running out of dabs here, you guys. I got like 2 left, so maybe we'll get to them in a minute.
Man, I see what was going on, and I got home early today.
Right on.
Double. I was like, shit.
You worked a double? What is a double for you?
16-hour day.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, 110 where you have to work.
Mm-hmm.
Man.
Yeah.
I don't know how you do that, girl. Is there people dropping on the line when they have to work like that?
Yeah, there's been problems. It's gonna be like that,
Yeah.
But I'm just fucking do what I gotta do. That's all you gotta do, man. Shit.
You gotta do what you gotta do.
So because you know what, there's a lot of people that want to work and their jobs are fucking gone. Like, do you know, like the goddamn? I know I don't want to be a buzzkill, because everybody was having a fun time and shit, but the fucking buffets, all those restaurants, they're done. Like, dude, they're about to fucking, like, you can't get any kind of...
I agree. I thought the same thing, Michelle. I didn't think that's gonna happen anymore. I think the cruise industry is totally gone, man. It's just not coming back.
Well, the cruise industry doesn't really bother me because I don't do that shit, but the buffets, man.
You're gonna miss the buffets, huh, girl?
Let's be serious, my god damn it.
Oh my god, there's this place we go. You know what Korean barbecue is?
Mm-hmm.
They have like a fire in the middle of the table, and you get raw food and you bring it back and you cook it on the fire in the middle of the table.
Yeah, whatever you want.
They have a place where it's a buffet, all you can eat, Korean barbecue. And I mean, they have ribs, and they have like my favorite kind of like these little short ribs. I love those little short ribs. And they have like 4 different kinds of chicken and beef and all this shit. And it's like, and you eat all you want. And I'm about eating all the meat I can eat. I really like that idea. So, it's a sad thought that that's never going to be a thing anymore, I guess.
No, that's what they're like, oh, having something open like that where everybody's touching it. They're like, oh, no, we can't do that. I'm like, oh, dude.
I'm worried that nobody's going to share joints anymore.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yeah, well, Bogarts are happy about that one. I met a few of my day. I got the fucking shit. And this motherfucker's over there starting a conversation, waving it around. I'm looking at it like a filet mignon. Like, bitch, that's the back. Like, what the fuck, dude? And no, just fucking the whole time. And then just, oh, hold on. And again. And like, you're fucking killing me. He's like, but no, but get this. And I'm like, you know what? Let me get that. Like, bitch. I get it back and it's like a fucking roach mic. It's,
yeah.
You know, story of like, dude. God damn. I swear.
Yeah, I hear you. I hate it, you know, when you find out you've been smoking your weed all night and the other guy's got plenty of weed. Man, I fucking hate that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a kick in the face right fucking there, man.
Although I'd much rather smoke my weed anyways.
That's too bad, but some of my friends, they always buy that high grade shit, you know?
Oh yeah, no, that's the thing about stoners is they always want to get the best weed they can get.
Oh yeah, that way they can tell you the name. You know, that way they can tell you the name, and I'm like...
They can show off to everybody, check this shit out. Even if you don't get a puff on it, you can smell it. No, you don't touch it, but you can smell it. Here you go, smell that shit, baby.
Touch it, do you see how sticky it is?
Yeah.
Your index finger in your thumb, you see how sticky it is? That's gonna fuck you up. Oh my god. That shit looks like Christmas. It's got red in it and blah blah blah. And, this was like back in the 90s, and he was all like, just so you know, this is called couch lock. And I'm like, really? Why? Oh, because they fucking lock your ass in the couch. Oh, okay. And people like to fucking tell people that shit, you know? And
yeah.
I used to get it back in the 90s just because, you know, this guy was like Baskin Robbins. He has such a fucking badass setup. And this
oh, yeah. That's always cool. It's always cool.
Oh, you gotta try this. You gotta try
that.
You know, I would leave there so fucking blind, and I'm like, sis, you gotta come pick me up. Oh, where you at? You know, she already knows. And it's just like, shit, oh my God. But it was so fucking awesome. And now it's like, I'm so experienced into this. It's like, I want to have a buzz, but I don't want to be locked in a couch, God damn it. I want to do shit, you know. I don't want to just be like zombied out. I can't enjoy it like that. And so all my friends will fucking go and buy that high grade shit. I'm just like, shit, I'm good with this. And then I'll fucking present it to them. And they're like, oh shit, what's the name of it? I said, did you like it? They're like, yeah, it's called fucking corn, bitch. I'm like, yeah, so much for your sophisticated palate. I can only smoke this hydro shit. Oh, okay. Motherfucker, you know how many times I fucked up people like that?
You know, it's like you said, people love to brag about that and show off.
Oh, yeah, they have all kinds of fun names and shit, and some of them are very clever, you know.
For sure.
I'm like, what you got? And I was like, you want a burner, don't you? It's like, don't worry about it, guy. If it's going to get you there, then there you go. And Jesus.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah, I hear
what
you.
They got? Shit, hell yeah. It's like good times, shit, you know?
Yeah, we used to, we used to get stuff all the time. We didn't know what kind of strain it was, you know? It's just like, Humboldt. They used to call it Humboldt. It's Humboldt. That's all you need to know. It comes from a Humboldt region. It's like buying champagne. It's champagne, man.
Yeah. Yep, there you go. Hell yeah, I agree. That's why I'm like, shit, either you want to burn or you don't. That's why I fucking will burn left and right with my friends, because I'm just like, shit, I know I didn't pay an arm and a leg for my shit, but it's there, you know? It's like, man. And they're the ones who are tight because if they pay that high grade fucking, money for that shit. Like, man, I don't know.
I mean, if it's their medicine or whatever, if it helps it for them to take the edge off, keeps them cool, that seems like a good thing, right?
Yeah, that definitely helps for them to take the edge off.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Oh my God. It'd be a scary fucking world if nobody did. Nobody burned.
I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the cannabis, baby.
Right? A lot of other people wouldn't either.
Yeah.
Medicinal, seriously. Shit.
I'm telling you.
Yeah, but I just wanted to touch base with you. I got to get up early in the morning tomorrow, so I'm just gonna.
That's not another 15-hour day tomorrow, is it?
Yeah.
What?
But I got Sunday off.
Oh my God! You got a silver lining in every one of your damn clouds, don't you?
I have to.
Yeah, I know, babe. I hear that. It's a much better way to go than the other alternative.
And that's what something that our president can understand is empathy. When it's just like empathy and also being humble, like you said earlier, to where it's just like, I thank God that I do have a job because there's a lot of people back home that don't have a job and want to work, but their hands are fucking tied. People are getting kicked out of their, their houses, their rent, their apartments, and, it's really bad. So you have to see the silver lining that I can keep working and send my family back home money so that way they can stay afloat. So I'm blessed. I'm blessed. It's hard, but you know what? I never been scared of hard. Hard work gets you there. Wishful thinking about, like that saying when they always said, good things come to those who wait. Motherfucker, hell no. Good things come to those who go after that shit. Don't sit there, man, because you're going to be left behind. Find work, find something right now, because it's going to get hard. I mean, it's going to get bad.
Well, what I always tell people, is whatever it is you do, if you work hard and do your best, you will not necessarily be successful so much as you will be able to get by and be able to make happen some of the things you want to be happen. So it's really good to work hard and pay attention to making something happen in the world, whatever it is. If you have priorities and you don't want to just like be couch lock all day. You don't want to just sit on the couch and watch TV. Nobody wants that life. It's weird, on television shows sometimes they'll like show a woman who spends all day in her bathrobe eating bonbons and drinking wine and acting like that's the life of luxury, and she sits and watches her stories on TV, But I don't think anybody really wants that life. I think it's a horribly boring life, and that people really want to go out and enjoy and make things happen in the world. So, and if you work hard, I think that you'll be able to make lots of things that you want to make happen in the world. So,
know how they said that the Americans, any other time, the Americans are hardworking people.
They are very hardworking people.
We gotta do, right? And so for both sides, Dems and Republicans, to say and agree that maybe we should cut down that extra $600 down to $200, because if you give them way more than what they're used to, they're not going to want to go back to work. And I'm thinking, wait a minute, no. I'm thinking if you keep giving them the $600, they're all going to fucking wake up and realize that, damn, I am underpaid. And this fucking United States of America, that every day or every month, every year, whatever, the cost of living rises and our wages stay stagnant, And it's just like, maybe that's why they're scared to give them an extra $600, even though we're the ones who are paying it back in our taxes. Everybody that has been laid off, they want to go to fucking work. They do. They want to go to fucking work. But now you're having places where, they're closed down. They couldn't afford to stay open until who knows how long that their restaurants or stores or anything would remain open. And And it's just like for the Dems and the Republicans to act like, well, no, we can't give them anything extra. It's a fucking insult to my very fucking core.
Yeah.
Because the people, you know, they want to go out there and fucking work, you fucking assholes.
Right.
They want to go out there. They don't want to fucking handout, you bitches. So don't act like you're doing us a favor while you're over there bailing out fucking Boeing and all these big fucking corporations that are worth millions, if not billions. They could have been afloat. They could have set afloat, and they would have been fine.
Right.
You know, they would have been fine.
That's what I keep thinking too. That's what I keep. You know,
you want to fucking be like, where's the money coming from? Fuck you.
A company,
You know?
a company that does billions and billions of dollars in sales every year shouldn't need a bailout. You know what I mean?
No.
If they need a bailout, they're doing something wrong, and we probably shouldn't support a company that makes billions of dollars a year and isn't able to get through a little rough patch. You know?
During Obama's administration, didn't we do the same fucking thing again? Bailed out the big dogs, bailed out the factory. You know, the owners. Or, you know, the CEOs, Ford, GM, fucking Chrysler, everything, fucking bailed them all out. And what do we get? Nothing. And again, we're getting nothing. So when you fucking turn around and fucking add insult to injury, talking about, oh, we won't want to work, like, bitches, these motherfuckers that were grown, you know, and raised with a silver spoon in their mouth, they don't have the slightest idea of what we all fucking do to make this world keep moving, or this country to keep moving the way it's moving. Is because there's people out there sacrificing their asses to do jobs that now nobody in the fucking white collar industry would do. I don't see any of them motherfuckers that would want to go out there and work in the fucking fields. But the people that are doing it, you should respect them. Because now look at the food prices. I went to the grocery store. I'm just like, oh my God. The food prices have skyrocketed. And why? Because, we can't have any kind of immigrants here in the United States, even though the farmers are begging them, saying, look, my produce is fucking rotting. I got to fucking till it back into the fucking land, you know. And meanwhile, we're over here like, but we could have used that food, you know. And no, what happens? Well, when you don't fucking allow immigrants to come in and do what they do, this is what's happening. They said that there was a fucking beef shortage. Go to find out that these fucking places were fucking sending this shit international. The food that we have here in the United States was making more money sending that shit international, and that's why all of a sudden you go to these steakhouses around here, they're like, because of the food shortage, the brisket is going to be a little more expensive. Please bear with us. It's like, what the fuck? And meanwhile, you're seeing all this other bullshit, you know, in fucking hidden video and showing exactly what the hell the food is going to. You see the fucking planes and everything loading up. Like, damn. So as usual, the Americans get the shit end of the stick. So that's why I say, let the fucking people get out there and fucking work. You know, it's just like, it's enough of this shit. Keeping people in-housed when they're like, you know, what am I going to do? Stand here with my hand out? Like, it's horrible for people to feel that way.
I know. You're right. Nobody deserves that. Everybody, all the hard-working people in this country, you know, while they're bailing out the billionaires, you know, making the working class beg for, you know, scraps, table scraps is a load of shit. And again, I think that's part of the reason people are in the street, because they know that we can do better than what we're getting currently, in my opinion. At least partially.
Yeah, you know, I didn't want to fucking be all like buzzkill and shit, because it's been such a fun show.
You're not a buzzkill, Michelle. Everybody went, yay, Michelle. What are you talking about, buzzkill? Give me a break, girl.
Bless her heart, man. Well, I just didn't want to fucking, you know, damper anybody's spirits. I'm just over here just talking shit, shooting the breeze with my main man, Mike.
And we want you to shoot the shit every chance you get.
Oh, shit. Be careful what you ask for. Shit.
Hey.
No, but I'm just saying, it's like sometimes life gets in the way. You know, you got to...
Yeah. I always say a girl has got to have priorities, whatever they are. you know?
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. Eyes on the prize, Mike, you know?
There you go.
Because no matter whether we're standing still or sitting down or fucking actually working, the bills keep fucking coming, don't they?
It doesn't, you know, the world doesn't seem to stop spinning, that's for sure.
Yeah. But it's okay, because we Americans, we are fucking strong, and fuck what anybody thinks.
Well, it's this thing, like I keep saying, you know, from day one, you know, let's say from day one after September 1st, 2001, all I've heard, or September 11th, 2001, all I've heard is, you know, the sky is falling, we're all going to die, the sky is falling, and yet we're still here. I haven't seen the sky fall, and I wouldn't say so much moving forward as, you know, standing up and demanding something better, which I see as a really beautiful thing.
Absolutely. You know, just like when Prince was talking about 1999, man, oops, that's all it's done. Like, shit, we're still here, you know? If the people that believe this shit that they are fucking being told to on the television, you might as well just think the opposite of what they're saying, you know? Because the majority of the time, they're going to want you to believe what they want you to believe, not what you see, you know? Just like when they say the economy is good and you look around like, is it?
Yeah,
You
no,
know?
I always ask, you know, who are you going to believe, you know, us or your lying eyes, you know?
There you go. That's a good one. That's a good one. Shit. And that's why when they say that, you know, and then talking about, well, if it wasn't for the pandemic, our economy would have been thriving. No, bitch. It's been going down, 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 down. This pandemic only gives you a fucking, you know, reason to say it to your followers, like, our economy was great. It was fucking great, man. But the fucking pandemic just fucked it all up, man. And they'll be like, oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I believe you. I believe you. And like, it's just a mess that people are thinking of for themselves. Just like all the peaceful protesters out there fucking speaking up and saying, like, hey, you know, this is not right. I'm still seeing videos of police fucking going over, you know, over the line.
Yep.
You know, and just like, don't you guys understand that that's why they're out there? Even while they're doing this, they're still like, we're still gonna fucking do what we want to do, and fuck you.
Right. That's a big part. That's a big part of the protest now is watching the protesters make their point. I mean, literally in Portland, you know, when this thing began, right, and the protesters were all across the street from the federal building. They didn't have fence up around it. They didn't have shit, and the police are firing rubber bullets and tear gas and flashbang grenades. When this began in Portland, the protesters are throwing paper airplanes. They're throwing paper airplanes. This is, you know, maybe day 10 or day 14 of the protest.
That could put an eye out.
Huh? What's that?
That could put an eye out.
Exactly. I feared for my life.
Like the Christmas story with that little boy that wanted a BB gun.
But all I'm saying is, you know, it's the, again, I would like to say over and over again, they drew first blood, but I'm not talking about, you know, day 10 of the protest. I'm talking about, you know, 20, 30, 50 years ago when they decided to bring the war to America, war to our streets, to our schools, to our front doors, to our neighbors' front doors, you know. That's when it all started to go wrong, and it just escalated and escalated since then.
Well, because they've always had that mentality. You do as I say. That's just law enforcement. It's not about, I'm going to look out for you, or if you need to, you know, for me to change your tire on the side of the road, I'll help you out, you know, be of service to the community. No, they don't have to do that shit now. You know, and it's being antagonized, and the flames have been fanned by, you know, our leader. You know, it's okay to treat people like that, you know. He's already had that rally where he told the police officers that, you know how you put your hand over their head and you put them in the car? Don't be so careful anymore. Don't be so careful anymore.
Right.
Just put You don't have to fucking, you know. And so all the ones that were already abusing the system, abusing us,
Right.
they were just like, oh shit, hell yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Let's show those motherfuckers who's boss.
Damn right, motherfuckers. I will never fucking have to, you know, pay for what I did. Shit. I got a free jiggle, you know, get out of jail free card, man.
I'll pay for your lawyers.
Damn right. That's why whenever I pass a police officer, if I'm jamming, I got my music up loud and shit. When I go by the police car, I'll just turn it down and I'm like, there's no fun in here.
Yeah, man. I'm not stoned right now. I'm not stoned. What do you mean? You're stoned right now. I'm not stoned right now.
Nope.
Fuck you.
Talking to me, Mark. Are you really talking to me? Did you say something? Yeah, that would be trouble, man. Careful shit. You gotta be. But all right, Mike. Well, I'm gonna let you go, so you can keep trying to catch up on those dabs.
I got like 2, maybe 3 left, so I'm working on it.
All right. Well, it was so much fun.
Hey, and thank you very much, Michelle. It's very kind and very generous of you. You're always helping out, and I really super appreciate it. And I love, and we all love it when you call. So anytime you get the chance, just call in, okay?
Yeah, just let people fucking understand that. Take me with a grain of salt.
Yeah, it's Michelle. It's Michelle. Give me a break. It's Michelle. Give me a break.
Shit, I can't be nobody else, man. That's just me.
Yeah,
you know?
that's Michelle.
That's right. That's right. That's it, man. Shit. All right, brother. Well, you have a good show, and that super chat. Well done, Craig. That's fucking awesome.
Yeah, good job, Craig. I have to agree.
That is really cool. Hell yeah. And I missed a lot of the ninjas on fucking the chat. I've seen a lot of them there, but there's quite a few that I haven't seen.
Some of them say that they're not participating in chat anymore.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's cool. As long as they hear you.
Yeah.
That's why I donate, because I appreciate the news that you give me. Other than the Tucker clips. But you know, I love my sticky, icky commercial, man.
Yeah, well, that's one of those things that just spells it out for you.
There you go, brother. All right. Well, keep fucking fighting this fucking dream that we all got, you know, of just happiness, and just leave us alone and we'll be just fine.
Keep on rocking in the free world. Got it, baby.
Fucking A, bro. All right. I'll talk to you later, Mike.
Okay, thanks a bunch. It's good to hear from you. I hope you have a good Sunday.
I will. I always do.
Good, good, good. I'll talk to you soon, I hope. Okay, bye.
All right. Bye-bye.
And keep on rocking in the free world. Oh, and speaking of rocking out with your cock out, did anybody see this thing about Jerry Falwell? I thought that was interesting. You guys might want to see. Rocking it out with your cock out.
Liberty University President and Chancellor Jerry Falwell Jr. has agreed to take an indefinite leave of absence. The school's executive committee made the request after Falwell posted an Instagram photo showing him posing with a young woman who is his wife's assistant while holding a glass of dark liquid and with his pants unzipped. Falwell later deleted the post. North Carolina Congressman and former Liberty University instructor Mark Walker says Falwell should resign.
All right, so here's what we're going to do. I am going to play another video for you about defunding the Seattle police. We saw the Seattle protesters earlier, and I am going to take a quick break, and I'll come back and we'll take a bong hit, and then we'll do a t-shirt giveaway. Woo! So here, what video do we got for you? Oh, I have a video about a judge warning the city council on defunding the Seattle